Jesus.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning. Today's Thursday, June 23rd, and this is the time and place for a special meeting of the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Okay. Let's proceed then with public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters.
So anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium and state your name for the record. Is there anyone in Las Vegas?
Behind the registration desk.
It's saying no one. Is there anyone in Carson City? Okay, I see no one. With that, Madam Secretary, let's close public comment section then. That brings us to our special agenda item. Please read it into the record if you will.
This item is the consideration of the appointment of Nicole Rupert as the Executive Secretary of the Nevada Gaming Control Board and the Nevada Gaming Commission.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, I'd like to open it up for discussion.
Morning, Chair Gibson.
Good morning, sir.
Member Watkins.
Good morning.
So this item is a consideration of appointment of Ms. Rupert to fill in for the esteemable or for our executive secretary now, Marie Bell.
If you don't mind, I'll just share some of my thoughts.
Please do.
I think I've worked closely with her probably more than most. As I think most know, Nicole went to University of Nevada. She hails from Douglas County up here in Northern Nevada. She's been a devoted and invaluable team member for the Gaming Control Board here for 8 years now. You know, she's had several roles, and in each role she's excelled in each of these positions and that she's had here. And she's always proven herself to be hardworking, insightful, and just an overall indispensable colleague in my view. In her current role, Nicole and I have worked very closely together and on a near daily basis. So I personally know firsthand what she's capable of, and you know, she can always be dependent upon. I mean, her dependability is unsurpassed. So I personally have 100% confidence in Nicole, and I know that Nicole would be an excellent fit for the executive secretary role. So I'm more than happy and exuberant to support her nomination or appointment to this position, and I'd be happy to make a motion in support of her appointment when you might be ready for that motion, Chair Gibson.
Okay, thank you very much, Member Casares. Member Watkins, do you have any thoughts?
Yes, I do. I've not had an opportunity to work directly with Nicole, but I see her, and from my experience with her, she's very personable. She's very helpful and very supportive, and she's been an important part of the team, the support team for the board. And I think she could continue to do that in the executive secretary role. And I also think that she will be an impartial person in that role. And I think that is what's needed. And I fully support Nicole's nomination.
Okay, thank you very much. Chair Tagliati and I, we did go through the various applicants, and I found Ms. Rupert to be bright, to be excited for the role. She brings the kind of excitement to the role that I think we need. I'm thrilled to have her application before us and have her name on the agenda. She was Member Reed's at the tail end of his career. She was his assistant, and I think she learned well under him, and she's learned a lot from Member Katsaros. And we're lucky to have someone of this quality to take over for Marie. Madam Secretary Bell is unreplaceable. We all know that, but this is a great start for us. So with that, I had asked for a motion.
Before I make that, you just triggered my memory. I had spoken to former member Reed, and he just wanted to say his thoughts as well, that, you know, it's well deserved for her. And just congratulations, assuming this appointment moves forward, which it sounds like it is.
Wonderful, wonderful.
All right. Well, Chair Gibson,
Ask for a motion, please.
I move to appoint Nicole Rupert as the next executive secretary of the Nevada Gaming Control Board and Nevada Gaming Commission pursuant to NRS 463.085, subsection 2A, with such appointment to be effective following the current executive secretary vacating the position.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsouros,
Aye.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, this brings us to our last agenda item, public comment. Anyone wishing, sorry, please.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters.
Okay, anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step forward and state your name for the record. Anyone in Carson City? Seeing no one. Las Vegas? No one? I just want to reiterate, I know my colleagues, they may want to jump in here, just our thanks to you, Madam Secretary Bell, for your good work. I mean, you've been a very steady and outstanding executive secretary. So thank you for your service to the state.
Thank you.
And wish you all the best. So thank you. Okay, with that, we have no public comment. And that will close our public comment section. And this adjourns our special meeting of the Nevada Gaming Control Board. We are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
23rd. This is the time and place of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of June. Please rise and join us in the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It's on now? Yeah. All right, Madam, thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Right, at this time, I would like to remind anyone coming to the podium to speak. We ask that you speak directly into the microphone, speak as clearly as possible, as this meeting is being transmitted electronically and being transcribed. Madam Secretary, let's proceed with our first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
All right, anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during the public comment cannot be acted upon. Excuse me, but we are happy to hear comments of the public as well as my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask questions of the public, the time needed to address those questions will not be held against the time constraints. I will first go to Carson City. Is there anyone present in Carson City wishing to make a public comment? I don't see. It appears there is no one in Carson City waiting or intending to make a public comment. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record and
Good
spell it?
morning. Yep, my name is Zach Poppel, Poppel.
Thank you.
Here on behalf of the Culinary Union. Comments concern agenda item 5, consideration of the stipulation for settlement order, settling the complaint filed in Nevada Gaming Control Board versus Station Casinos and Red Rock Casino Resort. Stipulation reads that Stations and Red Rock Casino admit they failed to maintain their virtual servers on which a sportsbook software operated, and this failure may have contributed to certain inadvertent involuntary acceptance of ostensible pass-post wagers as set out in count 1 of the board's complaint. Why would Station Casinos fail to maintain its virtual servers? This is not the first time for a Station Casinos related company that has failed in the virtual world. Station's majority-owned consolidated subsidiary Fertitta Interactive ran legalized online casino gaming. That venture generated operating losses of more than $80 million from 2012 to when it folded in 2014. More recently, Station Casinos has had a technology security problem. A Metro Police case report from October 2020 indicates that there was an alleged grand larceny incident involving a stolen Station Casinos computer that, according to Station's Director of Corporate Investigations, ended up at a pawn store. The computer had been issued to an employee who was laid off months before. Why would Station Casinos fail to secure a computer? While we welcome the board's investigation of Stations in this matter of maintenance of virtual servers, we believe there needs to be a comprehensive investigation of Stations. This includes investigating how the company has on occasion shown disregard for federal labor law. This includes listening to employees who asked the commission to ensure Stations is following Nevada law. And this includes holding Stations executives accountable. The company's chief legal counsel who signed the stipulation before you today, Jeffrey Welch, was among Station's executives whose credibility while testifying under oath was questioned by an administrative law judge at the NLRB. In April, Administrative Law Judge Jeffrey Wekind issued a decision with proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law against Station Casinos. An important part of Judge Wekind's role in this case was to assess the credibility of witnesses who testified at trial, including Mr. Welch. The judge found Mr. Welch and other Station executives to be not credible or reliable, even though they were testifying under oath. Although Stations has asked the NLRB to review Judge Wekind's decision, this agency will only overturn its credibility findings if a clear preponderance of evidence shows Judge Wekind was wrong. So, we ask you for a comprehensive investigation of Station Casinos, not just virtual servers, but investigate the ability of gaming license holders to tell the truth and investigate how the company regards the law. Thank you.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Okay, my name is Maria Lulu Sánchez.
That's fine.
Okay. Yo soy trabajadora del Casino Texas Station en el departamento de Internal Maintenance, de Pora. desde el 15 de junio del 2015 hasta marzo 2020. Siempre fui comité de unión, portaba mi botón. Por motivo del COVID, cerraron la propiedad en marzo 2020. En el momento no supe cuál era mi estatus con la compañía, ya que no recibí ninguna carta ni llamada de teléfono si era layoff o terminación. Por todo esto no he recibido desempleo, no me llamaron a trabajar cuando a otros compañeros con menos señoría que yo se les dieron la oportunidad de trabajar, lo cual me dio demasiada ansiedad, depresión y pánico. Por esa razón, perdí mi casa y no tengo un lugar estable para vivir. Y tratando de sobrevivir cada día, no tengo dinero, ni siquiera para mis primeras necesidades, y lo quiero pedir de la mejor forma, que nos consideren la oportunidad de trabajar en cualquier otra de sus propiedades abiertas, cuando abran el casino Texas Station o cuando abran el casino, nos consideren. O sea, para el nuevo proyecto de Durango. Somos muchos compañeros que entregamos 20 o 25 años de trabajo. Creo que considerablemente que nos consideren como prioridad para reacomodarnos a trabajar. Sinceramente, María Lulu Sánchez.
So I'm going to read that in English. My name is Mary Lulu Sanchez. I'm a Texas Station casino worker. I worked as a porter from June 2015 to March 2020. I've always been a union committee. I would wear my union button all the time. Because of COVID, the property was closed in March 2020. At the time, I didn't know what my status was with the company since I didn't receive any letter or phone call if it was a layoff or a termination. Because of all of this, I didn't receive unemployment. They didn't call me to work, and other coworkers that had less seniority than me were given the opportunity to work. This makes me feel very powerless because in all of these long years of the pandemic, my health has deteriorated due to depression, anxiety, and panic. For this reason, I haven't provided for my family. I already lost my house and I don't have a stable place. We try to survive each day for not having money, not even for basic needs. I want to ask you most politely to ask stations to take us into consideration, give us the opportunity to work in any of their open properties or when Texas Station Casino reopens, or to consider us for their new project on Durango. I have many coworkers that gave 20 to 25 years of work, and I think it makes sense that we should be considered as the #1 priority for accommodating us back to work.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Mi nombre es Marta Jara y trabajo para Santa Fe Station por 14 años en el departamento de Internal Maintenance de Casino Porter. Ya tenemos luchando para poder tener la unión en Stations Casinos por más de 12 años. Realmente lo necesitamos porque necesitamos que nos respeten el tener una aseguranza fija y que no la cambien cada vez que ellos quieran a su propia conveniencia y que no paguemos tanto también de deducible. También el derecho al aumento de sueldo cada año y que esté firmado bajo un contrato para que nos cumplan. Respeto también al tener seguridad en el trabajo, estar bien amparados con un contrato a favor de nosotros, los trabajadores. Y que a mis compañeros que trabajaban en el buffet antes de la pandemia y de las propiedades cerradas también, les respeten el derecho de ser llamados de nuevo a regresar a trabajar con Stations Casinos. Thank you.
And then again in English. My name is Martha Tara. I have worked at Santa Fe Station for 14 years in the internal maintenance department as a casino porter. We've been fighting for over 12 years to have a union at station casinos. We really need it because we need to be respected, have set insurance that's not changed every time they want at their convenience, and stop paying so much for deductibles. Also the right for wage increases every year and that it's signed under a contract so that they comply with us. We want respect by having safety at work, to be well protected with a contract in our favor for the workers. And for my coworkers that work in the buffet and the properties that are closed, to have their right to return to work respected with station casinos. Thank you.
Could you do me a favor? Could you spell her
Yes.
first and last name for us for the record?
Martha
Okay, thank you.
And then I will be giving a comment as well.
Okay, if you could state and spell your name for the record before you start.
So my name is Diamante Asbury, Diamanteasberry. Good morning to the commission. I'm here on behalf of the Culinary and Bartenders Union. I'm here today to update you all on a recent development regarding Station Casinos closed properties. 3 of the Station Casinos properties, Texas Station, Fiesta Rancho, and Fiesta Henderson, they closed in March 2020 at the start of the pandemic and have yet to reopen. The workers from those properties have not been able to return to their jobs. A few weeks ago, on Wednesday, June 1st, the North Las Vegas City Council voted to approve a resolution extending the non-operational status of Texas Station and Fiesta Rancho for another year, so until June 4th, 2023. While Station Casinos was not present to answer questions from the North Las Vegas officials, 4 workers from Texas Station and Fiesta Rancho were present at that meeting and they addressed the council. Didi Salvaggio, a longtime cocktail waitress at Texas Station, said that when she was laid off, she felt abandoned by the company that she gave 25 years of hard work and dedication to. Rosa Haro, a 21-year TDR worker at Texas Station, said that she has had to rely on her savings and her children to help her pay her bills, buy food, and support herself. Ignacio Martinez, who worked at Texas Station for 22 years as a utility porter, said that he no longer receives benefits and that he and his wife are relying on Social Security to pay for their home. At the North Las Vegas City Council meeting, Councilwoman Goins Brown said that she had questions for stations and that the company was not there to answer. Mayor Pro Tem Richard Churchio said, "I was hoping that someone from stations would be here tonight to give us the opportunity to speak to them as well." We believe the holder of a privileged gaming license should be present to answer questions from those that hold jurisdictional power over the licensee. Mayor Pro Tem Churchio also said that it would make sense for stations to rehire laid off employees from the closed properties into open properties in other parts of the valley. We bring this to your attention because laid off station casino workers are struggling. As development on station's new Durango project continues, the doors of Texas Station and Fiesta Rancho may now remain closed for another year. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who has any public comment? All right. At this time, I believe that closes our public comment section. If we could, Madam Secretary, the next item on the agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for May 2022 and the special meeting held on May 12th, 2022.
Each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition. If there are no questions, I think it's in proper form for a motion.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Tagliati. I would move for approval of the prior month's disposition as well as the disposition of the special meeting held on May 12th, 2022. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It appears there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read in the non-restricted consent items.
Your items on the non-restricted consent agenda this morning are items 1 and 2. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Are there any questions or comments on the non-restricted consent items? Nope, there being none. Does anybody have a motion?
Thank you, Chair. I would move for approval of non-restricted agenda items 1 and 2 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended for approval by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there's none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read in the restricted consent items.
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 3, 4, 5, and 8 through 14. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the conditions as noted on the agenda. For the record, item 2 is referred back to staff by the Gaming Control Board, and I believe we have a disclosure and a recusal on these items.
Thank you. I do have a recusal, Chair, for restricted item number 4. My husband, David Brown, represents the applicants in the Discount Liquor Inc. matter, and I must therefore recuse myself from restricted item number 4 on the consent agenda. Thank you.
All right, are there any discussions on, let's do a vote on 3, 5, 8, 3, 5, and 8 through 14 first, if we could. Does anyone have a motion?
Chair, I'm so sorry. I have one more disclosure.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it
was my fault. I was slow. Item number 5, Sequinder Singh is listed as a client contact for Siri Singh Sahab Corp., a client of Blue Stroke of the firm where I am a partner, in which matters I am not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record. I therefore intend to participate in this item.
Okay, so as it relates to the recusal, however, it's item number 4.
Correct, and I will not participate in item number 4.
All right, so does anyone have a motion related to items 3, 5, and 8 through 14?
Madam Chair, I would move that the commission approve the restricted consent agenda without item number 4, as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, and there are none opposed. Does anyone have a motion for item number 4 for which Commissioner Brown is recusing and not participating in the vote?
Madam Chair, I would move that the commission approve restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on item number 4? There being none, all in favor say aye. Aye. It appears there are none opposed and Commissioner Brown did not participate in the vote. Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to our non-restricted agenda items held out for discussion. Please read in non-restricted number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of Olympia Gaming CRS Sparks LLC, Jeffrey Legends Gaming LLC, Olympia LB LLC, and Legends Gaming Partners LLC for registration as a holding company or intermediary company, licensure or a finding of suitability as sole shareholder, sole member, sole manager, member, manager, and or a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Olympia LB LLC for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. Lastly, of the applications of Gary Vincent Goet, Guy Inzalaco, Rodney Brett Goet, Jeffrey Lawrence Canarelli, DeCourcy Wright Graham Jr., Courtney Edwin Cardinal, and Robin Delaney Nedes for licensure and or a finding of suitability as a member, manager, key executive, and or key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the conditions as noted on the agenda, and I believe we have a disclosure and a recusal on this item.
Madam Chair, thank you. For the record, I need to disclose that I am an employee of the law firm McDonald Carano. Mr. Burnett, who is a partner in the firm, is representing the client in this matter, and due to this pre-existing relationship, I need to recuse myself on this consideration. Thank you.
And I do have a disclosure for non-restricted item number 3. Olympia Group LLC is a client of Blue Stroke of the firm where I'm a partner in which matters I am not personally involved and they're unrelated. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. Congratulations on your retirement, by the way. My name is A.G. Burnett with the law firm of McDonald Carano, and here with me today is Mr. Gary Goet. He's the chairman and CEO of Olympia Companies and Olympia LB, along with the other applicants that are also part of the applications on your agenda today, and they're all here right behind me. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, we had a good discussion in front of the board. We're happy to redo that if you would like, with a video and a booklet that I believe has been handed out, or we're happy to open it up for any questions you might have. That wasn't us.
That's not the video.
For the record.
Okay. Would anybody like to entertain the video in the event that we have a yes?
So
Okay,
we'd love to see the
very
video.
good. So we will start off with the video and then Mr. Goet will take over after.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair Tagliati, fellow members of the commission, Madam Secretary. Good morning. My name is Gary Goet. I'm the chairman and CEO of Legends Bay and Olympia Companies. I'm honored to be here today to share the Legends Bay Casino project and to introduce you to the team. After 15 years in the making, subject to gaming approvals, we're very excited to open Legends Bay in August. Now in attendance with me today, Guy Anzalaco, a principal Olympia LB, and my partner in Olympia Companies. By video, Brett Goet, my son, who serves as president of Olympia LB and chief legal officer and general counsel for Olympia Companies. Jeff Canarelli, investor and principal in Olympia LB. DeCourcy Graham, chief operating officer of Olympia LB and Olympia Gaming, as well as chief marketing and development officer for Olympia Companies. Court Cardinal, regional president of Olympia Gaming and general manager of Legends Bay Casino, as well as president of Casino Fandango. Robin Nesda, chief financial officer of Olympia LB and chief financial officer for Olympia Companies. All of the people working for Olympia have been with the organization more than 15 years. Now continuing on with my background, I was born and raised in Calgary, Alberta, received my undergraduate degree in economics from the University of Alberta and a law degree from the University of Toronto. I practiced law for 12 years. I started doing business in Las Vegas 35 years ago when I founded Olympia Companies. I've been a resident of Las Vegas for over 30 years. Olympia Companies is a developer of master plan, mixed-use developments and real estate projects in Las Vegas, including the Southern Highlands Master Plan Community, the Sky Canyon Master Plan Community, the Southern Highlands Golf Club, and numerous commercial and retail properties. I'm actively involved in several charitable organizations in Nevada and serve as chairman of the Olympia Companies SH Charitable Foundation. Since its inception, our foundation has raised over $25 million, including building the $10 million Boys and Girls Club in Southern Highlands. We host the Governor's Black Tie Invitational annually at the Southern Highlands Golf Club. This year, the event raised over $1.6 million in 3 days, which was just recently paid out to the 8 charities. We did that with a pancake breakfast about 2 weeks ago, and everybody got almost double what they expected to get. It was thrilling to see how happy they were and how appreciative. Through the years, I've been involved in several local charities and community organizations, including serving on the boards of St. Rose Dominican Hospital, Opportunity Village, and advisory boards of Assistance League of Las Vegas and Make-A-Wish Foundation of Southern Nevada. I was introduced to the gaming industry over 20 years ago by way of Casino Fandango in Carson City, which I'm the major owner and developer of Casino Fandango, which opened in 2003, and it will be celebrating its 19th anniversary next month. It has grown from a very small casino to be one of the largest. It is the largest casino in Carson City, and we're the second largest employer in Carson City with over 250 team members, and are continually voted the best overall casino in Carson City by Carson Appeal newspaper. Now I'd like to take a moment to brief you a history of the Legends Bay project. A little over 15 years ago, in 2007, we acquired the land where the casino is being built. The original parcel was approximately 14 acres. The project was planned to break ground in 2008, but was postponed later that year due to the Great Recession. In May 2018, we opened the 102-room Hampton Inn and Suites, Hilton branded hotel, and later in that year, in November, we opened the 104-room Residence Inn, a Marriott branded hotel. We're partners with the Circa Hospitality Group on both hotels. They also serve as the management company of those hotels. We own 60% of the Hampton and 40% of the Residence Inn. These hotels have performed exceptionally well, and since the day they opened, and the performance of these hotels has helped us give us greater comfort in moving forward with the next phase, i.e. the Legends Bay Casino. In March 2021, we broke ground on the casino, and I'm pleased to say we're on track to have the construction completed this August, and again, subject to your approval, have doors open for business at that time. Now, if the board would like, I can run through our confidential printed presentation booklet on the project, or you can ask me questions.
I'd like to open it up for questions, if I may. Who wants to start? Anybody have any questions about project, the casino, the booklet, or the video? Anything he's raised thus far?
I thought the presentation before the board was extensive and very thorough. And if you have more of an affirmative presentation, I'm happy to listen.
I also felt that all of my questions were answered during the board presentation, but I did have a question just out of curiosity. On your food truck area, are the food trucks actually where the food is being prepared, or is there a kitchen and the food is being served just from the food trucks?
Be prepared in the kitchens and some in the food truck. It's
Oh,
a
both.
combination,
Okay,
depending upon what kind of food is being served in which truck.
Okay.
But it's absolutely all very fresh.
yeah. And thank you so much.
Good morning. Based upon the presentation that I viewed before the Gaming Control Board, I think it would be foolish to try and, go into anything in detail about that. I just want to express my personal statement regarding the financing. This is one of the few projects of this magnitude that the members are putting their money where their mouth is. Yes, there's debt, but guess who's providing the debt? So we get it, we understand, and I think that's great. And you're doing everything you personally can the financing arm of your company to give the property the opportunity to get up, get running, get seasoned. And, I can tell you, I'm fully supportive of this application.
And I do concur with that. I think you've leveraged yourself really well. With about 60% non-financing is quite impressive considering the magnitude. And I think the way you've positioned yourselves with no payments for the first year, with interest to be accrued, that'll be added to the loan. And then the interest only payments it's very smart given the climate, but I think it will be successful just based on how you've positioned yourself financially.
One of the reasons why we delayed the construction was to make sure we had ideal financing. And also make sure that we're able to put in a large equity component. And until those goals were reached, we didn't start.
Well, it's more than large, it's more than half of the
Yes.
equity component. And I know there's a relationship with Oxnard and the Counter Alley side, but it's an arm's length transaction, as I understand. And the negotiation side was not part of the inside group. So I think that's important. And I noted that on the record when I saw your presentation. So I don't have any questions. And quite frankly, well done on the financial side. You're setting yourselves up for success.
Just another quick question. I'm sure the community is very excited to have a new property in, I can't remember the last,
20 years over.
Northern Nevada. Yeah, over 20 years. How are you doing on the hiring and how many employees total are you going to have?
We'll likely have close to 300, a little bit more, and we're doing really well. That was obviously a concern of ours is, with all the hard laboring situation going on, the hiring is very difficult. However, with a little bit of publicity we received on a couple of different articles, we had a real strong response in our mid and senior level hirings, which are really in excellent position. And now we have constant requests for information for the mid levels and lower. And we'll be having our job fairs coming up in July, and we expect a large response. So I think we're in excellent position.
Okay.
It's
I was
always
in Reno
exciting for
several
people to come
weeks.
to work to a new place.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's going to be a huge advantage for you is that I'm sure everybody wants to be part of the latest and greatest. It's a new property. It's exciting. But I was in Reno a few weeks ago and I understood that the market was still a little tough on some of those line level employees in the security departments and such. So I was curious to see how you were doing.
Yeah, we're doing excellent.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I am quite impressed with the retention policy that you have with Fandango. You have over 100 employees that have been there for over 10 years. And I know that you have a bench from which to borrow, at least to get it set up, to make sure that you have the level of service that's to be expected here in Nevada. And I think you've positioned yourself very well to do that. And then I think there was a cost sharing and the dollar for dollar. The people that are doing the high level work are going to be, taking care of both properties. But because of that, you're paying them more. And I think because you're mindful of that, that explains why you have that retention and loyalty. So I think you lead by example, and it's not lost on me.
Yeah, thank you. We thought it was a great opportunity for our senior staff and all of our staff. All of them get to move up, and as they take on more responsibility, we're able to give them a lot more money and compensation in different formats. And they really had a strong appeal. And we've taken several people from the Fandango one and put them in regional positions. And other ones, we've just taken some of our people that wanted to move up and we've put them over into other positions in a more senior role into Legends Bay. So the combination has worked really beautifully.
I can tell you treat your people well just based on the retention and the loyalty. So I like to see that you're a positive community leader. Not just that with your philanthropy side, I thought all the things you do and the money you've raised over the years, just impressive. And I wanted to thank you for that. It's very important to do that.
Yeah, we think it's very important to give back to the community when you've been blessed with some success.
Agreed, especially the children you're helping.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I don't have anything to add to what's already been stated other than to say, just to echo how exciting the project is. And it's beautiful and amazing and very exciting. I think if we want to hear from the individuals, that would be a good time to kind of segue to this point.
Madam Chair, at your leisure, all of the individuals are here except for Mr. Goet. He's not here personally, but he's there. I see him now. So if you'd like to have each come up or any come up, we're happy to.
Sure, we'd like to meet everybody.
You'd like to meet everybody?
We would.
Perhaps we should start with Mr. Inzalaco, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, and especially to you, Madam Secretary. I'm going to miss seeing you up there. We've been working together a lot of years, so thank you for everything and for always being just so kind and courteous and helpful. My name is Sonia Vermaze. I'm with the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. I'm here with the individual applicant, Guy Inzalaco. He is the 39.6% member and a manager of Olympia CRS Sparks LLC. It sounds like all of you heard the board presentation. So you heard a lot of information about the 30-year partnership between Gary and Guy. And Guy also shared a lot of information about his personal and professional life. He's got an outstanding background. He's an exemplary applicant. He did have an issue that we discussed openly at the board meeting. He had an investment in a company that supported the cannabis industry. He divested that interest. He disclosed the investment on his application. He was an open book with the investigative team. The board did look into the matter, and we received a determination letter from member Katsouris that read, based on the totality of the circumstances and the efforts Mr. Inzalaco has taken to remedy his noncompliance, the board considers this matter resolved. We hope that you will as well, but of course we're happy to answer questions, and I will let Guy introduce himself and tell you more about himself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. That was very kind. I appreciate that. Good morning, Madam Chair Tagliati and fellow commission members. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. It's an honor to be here. I understand it's a privilege to be here, and I really appreciate that. For the record, I'm Guy Inzalaco. I'm the Executive Vice President of Olympia Companies and a partner with Gary. As has been stated, Gary and Jeff and Brett and I and our entire team are really excited to be here. It's been a long time coming, as Gary has talked about, but we're happy to see this become a reality and very, very excited. Before I get started on my background, Sonia touched on my investment in the cannabis company. As I stated to the Gaming Control Board, and want to say to you that it was a mistake that I made. I take full ownership of that. And I can assure you that going forward, these kind of mistakes won't happen again. And now a little bit about me and my background. I was born in Buffalo, New York a long time ago. And I moved to Arizona to attend Arizona State University. I studied business administration and political science there. When I left ASU, I went to work for United States Senator Dennis DeConcini out of Arizona. I worked for the senator for about 7 years. My responsibilities included representing the senator around the state when he was in Washington, D.C. I handled most of his political affairs. I traveled with him all over the country when he was traveling about. Did I say I worked for him for 7 years? I can't remember. After leaving the senator's office, I went into real estate, where eventually Gary and I teamed up to form the Olympia companies. And it's been stated, we've been together for 30 years, over 30 years, 33 years. I don't know, we always get confused, but a long, long time. And I know you can't tell because of how young Gary looks, but we've been together a long, long time. You know, as I stated before the Gaming Control Board, this to me really speaks to the resiliency of our company over the years. We've been through a lot of ups and downs in the real estate market, and I think it speaks to the resiliency of Gary and I as partners. We've been through a lot together, and through it all, we've always stayed together and figure out ways to make things work. And fortunately, it has worked out for us. He and I manage and oversee the day-to-day activities of the Olympia companies. Gary went into a lot of what we do, so I won't go into all the different projects we have. As Gary, I've also am involved in various philanthropic activities in both Las Vegas and Phoenix. And I live part-time in Phoenix, and so I'm active in that community as well. Gary touched on our Southern Highlands Charitable Foundation, our Olympia SH Charitable Foundation, and the contributions we've made to so many nonprofit organizations in the Valley here. Along with that, I also sit on a number of boards in the Phoenix area. I sit on the Barrow Neurological Institute board. I sit on the Human Services Campus Board, which deals with our homeless community in Arizona. I sit on the Arizona State University Sun Angel Foundation. I'm a founding member of the MVP Leadership Academy, which deals with at-risk, inner city at-risk kids. We've helped over 2,000 kids over the last 7 years since we formed that. And I also am a member of the Phoenix Thunderbirds, which is an organization of business leaders in the Phoenix area. And in the last 20 years that I've been involved, we've raised over and contributed to local charities over $160 million. I guess finally, and most importantly, are my kids. I have 3 kids. My daughter, Alyssa, is married and lives in New Orleans. She works for a nonprofit group called Team Rubicon. My other daughter, I guess that's how you say it, my other daughter, Gabrielle, she graduated from USC and now is attending a nursing program. And my son just graduated last week from UCLA, and he's going to continue his education in the neuroscience field. I guess that's it about me. Personally, again, I appreciate the opportunity to be here before you. And if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer. Thanks.
Well, I'll just speak for myself in saying I don't intend to give any more attention for me personally to what has been determined by the board as a resolved matter, only except for I would like to know and have some reassurance, I guess, as to how you plan going forward to make sure that you've read every license, every notice to the licensees.
Yeah, and I thank you.
Personally.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I in the past had not kept myself informed, and that's, not staying educated on this is on me. I was not aware of the 2014 notice to licensees or the 2018 memorandum regarding this issue. As soon as Sonia brought it to my attention, I made sure that we immediately took all steps to divest. Over time, my interest in that company went back to the company, and I just totally out of it. I think it's on me and to stay, obviously, through my counsel, to make sure that I'm up to date. God bless you. Oh.
Okay, I'm not sure how they're going to transcribe that. Let the record reflect a whip noise, right?
But it's on me to make sure that I do. I didn't in the past, and I see what kind of issues this has caused. I mean, we spent a lot of time with the gaming investigators going through this. Frankly, I don't want to go through that again. It's just on me to make sure it stays.
So are you going to have your compliance person forwarding those things to you? How are you going to, mechanically, what's the plan?
I receive all of the notices, and I will be certain to make sure that he receives and reads any that I think are applicable to him. So I will try to help him out. And of course, the company has compliance as well. And just even with speaking with Rob, and she said, oh, shoot, if I'd only known, I would have told the guy. So I think there's going to be some more communication throughout the company.
Okay. So going forward, you could commit to having notices distributed to every license holder in your company going forward.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm satisfied with that. Thank you very much. And I'm going to open it up for additional questions.
I echo the chair's statements regarding this. You happen to hit probably one of the big hotspots in regulatory compliance is this issue of marijuana. And it's been around, for a while with the committees, but you did the right thing. You met it head on, and that's what we ask as regulators. You met it head on, you disclosed it. It's not like you were caught and said, whoops, now you go into a phase to try and mitigate. Mr. Mays brought it to your attention. He said, we need to deal with this and deal with it now. And based upon that, and Member Katsaris's letter to you dated as of April 27, 2022, I have no issues, going forward with you personally, or as I said before, with the project.
Thank you, sir.
And I agree with that. There was, from what I can discern from the record, the transcript and the presentation and the materials that we received, there was no intent. It was an inadvertent omission due to lack of being abreast of the requirements. And I think with the representation you just made to Chair Tagliati, with your commitment to be informed for going, your attorney's commitment to provide you with the information to ensure that you read it, I have no areas of concern. You have a squeaky clean record, and I do appreciate how you handled it once you became apprised.
Thank you.
I don't have anything further. I was satisfied with the responses and the way it was handled, and most importantly, your response to it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Unless there's any other questions, if you could bring up your next applicant for us to talk to.
Madam Chair, just going through the agenda here, again, by way of video is Mr. Brett Goet.
Can you hear us okay?
Yes. Good morning,
Okay.
Madam Chair and Commission members. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
For the record, I'm Brett Goet. Just briefly about me, I've worked with Gary and Guy and our Olympia companies for almost 30 years. As was mentioned, I'm Chief Legal Officer of our various companies. I'm charged with overseeing and doing most of our legal work for the past 30 or so years. My practice areas focused mainly on real estate and business and corporate law. But as corporate counsel, I touch on a myriad of other areas, and where outside assistance is needed, I engage outside lawyers. I do not practice in the area of litigation, and when those resources are needed, we again utilize outside counsel for those areas. I maintain a license to practice law in the state of Arizona, and I have both my graduate and undergraduate degrees from Arizona State University. I share my time between Arizona, where our companies started, as Gary mentioned earlier, and Nevada. I personally have been married for close to 35 years, was actually married in Las Vegas. I have two unbelievably smart and beautiful daughters and four terrific grandkids, the most recent of which was about 2 weeks ago. Regarding Legends Bay, I'm the president and a minority interest holder. I work closely, obviously, for many years with Gary and our executive team, and also with Court Cardinal and our local team on this project.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up for any questions that you might have for Mr. I don't believe we have any additional questions. Did you say grandchildren?
4, yes.
Which makes them your... Okay, just checking.
When you get married at 20 and he gets married at 20, and the other one's getting married at 20, things happen like that.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming to meet us today. Did you have your next applicant?
Yes, and I wanted to thank you again for waiving his physical appearance.
Yes.
We appreciate that.
Sure.
Jeff Canarelli is next.
Morning.
Morning. Thank you, Chair Tagliati, Commission members, for the opportunity and the privilege to speak here for you. My name is Jeffrey Canarelli. I am a long-time Nevada resident. I am a proud product of the Clark County School District. I first graduated in class at Green Valley High School, went to college at St. Mary's College, California. After that, I played professional soccer for several years. I moved back to Southern Nevada, was married, and went to work for my father at American West Homes. Became the real estate broker for American West. Went through the ranks, served as vice president, became president. Through the course of working there, I met Gary Goet, who my father's been doing deals with and business partners for 30 years. So I've known Gary for my entire professional career of 20 years now. And always had great respect for Gary, and always respected the respect he gave me, kind of being young and the father-son. Always had a little bit of self-doubts, and he always treated me so well. I knew about the opportunity for the Legends Bay Casino for a long time. We sold our business operations in April of 2019. My father wanted to, he says retire, but that's not true because he'll never retire. But it was really to spend more time traveling with my and with my mom, and to start. And we had it started, but the fund and really start working on the Kennerly Family Foundation. So that's his passion, and I also serve on the board for that. But I also wanted to invest with Gary, and he allowed me to come in. And so through that, I had the opportunity to invest in Legends Bay, and I'm very excited to be part of the potentially be part of the gaming industry in Nevada. So thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open it up for any questions or comments.
Very important question. Which position did you play for soccer? I was left forward. In Munich, soccer is huge where I grew up. So
You grew up in Munich?
Yes, 18 years.
So my
FC Bayern.
last contract was 1860. So
Sehr gut, sprechen Sie Deutsch.
yeah, so I was a left back, so I appreciate the left foot, hopefully. So
And could you tell me what you're proudest of with the foundation and the work that it's done?
So we have 4 pillars for the foundation, and so each there's my parents. I have 2 sisters and myself, and so we each have our own pillar. And so personally, my pillar is kind of coming out of the home building industry, is to provide housing for veterans, being the child of a veteran, for veterans and for youth homelessness. So I'm a big supporter of St. Jude's Ranch, Boulder City, and I also Wounded Warriors and some of the other foundations for that. So that's my pillar. So that's what I'm most proud of, the foundation.
Well, thank you, and please keep up the good work for the community. I appreciate it.
Do you have any questions or comments? Do you have any questions or comments?
I do not. I'm sorry. Thank you.
I appreciate your appearance this morning. Thank you for introducing yourself and speaking to us.
Very much.
We have next.
Next, Madam Chair, is DeCoursey Wright Graham. He goes by DC.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, fellow members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. My name is DeCoursey Graham. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Olympia LB. I also serve as the Chief Marketing and Development Officer for Olympia Companies. It is a privilege and an honor to be here today as part of the Legends Bay Casino project team. I was born and raised in Southern California. I'm a graduate of the University of Colorado at Boulder. I've resided in Las Vegas for over 25 years. I have a daughter studying architecture at the University of Oregon, going into her 5th year. So perhaps she'll return to Las Vegas and be a part of this industry, designing projects, casino projects, and various hotels. I began in the gaming industry about 30 years ago, in 1992. In the state of Colorado, right after they legalized gambling there, I served as a marketing analyst for the largest casino at the time. I've been a part of 4 casino openings during my career, including the MGM Grand and the Stratosphere here in Las Vegas. I've been involved in both large-scale projects, Strip, as well as smaller regional and local casinos in multiple jurisdictions. A large part of my career has been centered on the marketing side of the industry, specifically casino slot database and overall property marketing. I've worked with Gary in the Olympia organization for over 17 years. During my time or my career with the organization, my oversight has expanded to include, oversight on the gaming division, which includes casino bingo. In my role as Chief Operating Officer at LB, I oversee the Legends Bay Casino project from a corporate level. I've been a part of this project since inception. I helped identify the land and helped acquire the land with Gary, and I've spearheaded the project development ever since. cannot say how proud I am to be a part of this project, to have it become a reality after 15 years' time. It's been a long haul, and I'm very excited. I was up there this week. The property looks, there's some carpet going down. It looks great. So thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Starting on my right this time.
I didn't have any questions. Your record, obviously, background is very clean, and you, like we've mentioned previously, your financing on this project was very impressive, and looks like you have a great team put together. So I just wanted the opportunity to meet you, but I didn't have any questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown, anything?
Could you just give us some detail about the marketing efforts you're undertaking, anything different that you might be doing you could tell us about?
We're just getting underway with the mass marketing. The employment is the focus right now. We're activating our job fairs, as Gary mentioned, July. So we have a series of updates there. So the job fairs is and the overall website is a big focus of that. Creatively, I mean, it's really been the fact that we're the first casino, I think, of significance to open since this sort of legacy. So promoting the fact that it's something that's new in the marketplace. There's been a lot of renovation and remodeling that's happened there, and this is the first new property, and that's a key part of our approach. And just some of the design aspects of the property are very special for this jurisdiction. We invested in high ceilings and wonderful air filtration systems. That's very important for our guests. That's something that is somewhat missing in the market.
From 8 feet to 9 feet makes a difference. It makes people feel more welcome and at home.
Yes.
It's the little things.
Yeah, so we focus on a lot of that. And I think our food and beverage offerings are a big deal. The food truck concept is unusual. We originally were planning on a buffet, but obviously with the pandemic that changed. So we had to come up with a new way to approach this. And food hall is received quite a bit of attention locally. And people are very interested to see that. And as well, Gary mentioned Duke's Steakhouse, which is a wonderful experience in Carson City. And we're really excited to bring that and introduce that to the market. Seems to be steakhouse is popular there.
I think it's forward thinking and it makes you stand out when you do something like the food truck area like that. I think it's interesting and it piques people's attention. But it seems to me that you also have an existing database with Fandango that gives you a head start so you can integrate the two.
Yes, and we have a database that is a shared database, so to speak, so that guests can play at either property. They can redeem their complimentaries and various rewards and whatnot at each property.
But they run separately, but I mean, it sounds like they're separate programs, but they can run concurrently and kind of blend. I'm trying to understand.
Yes, they each have their own name and brand. And the only aspect that's joined is there's one of me, let's say. And if I join in Fandango, that's my home property. If I join in Sparks, Legends Bay. So, but I can go back and forth. And so the only thing that makes them linked is just that you have a single file versus having two different of me in each property.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have no issues. A very clean application. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robin Nedza would be next.
Morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Tagliati and members of the commission. Very honored to be here and very honored to even be part of this team and this project. For the record, my name is Robin Nedza. Little background, I grew up in Arizona, went to university there studying accounting and started my career there in public accounting. I am a certified public accountant. After about 6 years, job opportunity of my husband brought us to Las Vegas, and I continued in public accounting at that time. That was my first foray into the gaming industry with a few of the gaming clients that my firm had. And then later joined the Olympia team at the tail end of 2000 as their controller and have served various roles over the last 21 years, and the latest being working with this project and all of its construction and starting the operations. Um, my family, I brought my young family here, raised my 3 kids here. They all went to university in Nevada. I had 2 join the Wolf Pack and 1 rebel, who actually just graduated last month and is working on her master's in accountancy now, ironically. And just really glad to be part of this team. If you have any questions, I'm happy to address them.
Thank you. I'll start on my right here. Any questions or comments?
I didn't have any questions for you either. Your background is very clean, and I'm glad you have 1 rebel. So, thank you.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Commissioner Cohen?
Smartest one.
Well, I have nothing. It's a very clean application.
Commissioner Brown?
Thank you for your time and your enthusiasm. It's nice to see some diversity in the group. So thank you for thinking about that. You earn it.
All right, thank you very much. It was nice meeting you, and we appreciate your appearance today.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Commissioner Brown just mentioned enthusiasm, and perhaps the most enthusiastic person here is Court Cardinal. He'll come up now.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members. My name is Court Cardinal for the record, and I am the regional president of Olympia Gaming. Little background is native Nevadan, born and raised in Reno, Nevada. Spent over 30 years in the gaming industry, opened up the Clarion, which is now the Atlantis for John Farahi, worked for John Esquaga, worked for Alliance Gaming Corporation, and was fortunate enough to meet Gary 19 years ago and open up Casino Fandango. So I've been married for 26 years. In fact, my wedding anniversary was the day of the Troll Board meeting, which you probably all saw. I promise not to talk too much about Duke's Steakhouse, so I kind of have that as a passion. I will say that I'm excited, super excited about this new property opening up. In fact, Gary mentioned the Boys and Girls Club. We do a lot of stuff in Carson City, donating to over 100 charities in Carson City, to include the Boys and Girls Club. And I've already reached out to the Boys and Girls Club of Reno Sparks, and we're going to have a partnership there as well. Speaking of partnerships, I'm also extremely excited that we have Circa coming on board at Legends too, because that's going to be a huge difference for us in the market up north. As you know, we're going to be the only ones with Circa up there, so I'm excited about that too. No kids, because I got married at 30, not 20. So yeah, it was already going down the road. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have. I know you saw the board meeting, so I don't want to ramble on too much for you guys.
Do we have any questions?
I didn't have any questions. Your background is very clean. I appreciated your enthusiasm about Duke's. Good steak is always a good thing to talk about. So I'm excited for this project for you and for the community. So thank you for reaching out to the community members as well. So quickly.
I have nothing.
Congratulations on this new opportunity. We're very excited to see what you'll do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And it was very nice to meet you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Those are all the individuals. Happy to proceed however you'd like from here.
Does anyone have any additional questions or comments before I ask for a motion? It appears there are none. Does anyone have a motion?
Yes, here, Tagliati. I would move for approval of restricted agenda item number 3, as read into the record by Executive Secretary Bell and is recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Okay, is there any discussion on the motion?
None for me. No areas of concern.
It appears that there are no areas of concern to discuss at this time. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. The record should reflect Commissioner Keycap are recused from this matter and did not participate in the discussion or vote. Thank you very much. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right? Very exciting. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Circa Hospitality Group 1 LLC, doing business as Golden Gate Hotel and Casino, doing business as Legends Bay Casino Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at Legends Bay Casino for a non-restricted gaming license and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race wagering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the conditions as noted on the agenda, and I believe we have a disclosure and a recusal on this item.
Yes, thank you. In connection with non-restricted item number 4, Circa's entity 18 Fremont Street Acquisition LLC is adverse to the Plaza Hotel and Casinos entity TUPR LLC, which is a client of Louis Roca, the firm where I'm a partner, in which easement matters I'm personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. And it has not gone to litigation yet, so I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I need to disclose that I am an employee of the law firm McDonald Carano. The applicant on this matter is a partner in the law firm, and due to this pre-existing relationship, it's warranted for me to recuse myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. I'll take a moment just to congratulate you on your retirement and thank you for your service. And it's a pleasure to work with you all these years, Marie, and we're going to miss you. Thank you very much. For the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, appearing on behalf of the applicant. With me at the podium is, to my right is Derek Stevens, CEO and majority owner of the applicant. Behind him to his right is Matt Metcalf, the director of race and sportsbook for the applicant. And behind me and between us is Dorian Sloan, Chief Compliance Officer of the applicant. With your permission, Chair Tagliati, I'd like to, for the remainder of our opening remarks, turn the podium over to Derek Stevens and ask him to address the commission and provide you with some concern company and the application for you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Member Brown, member Cohen, member Solus Rainey, member Keffer. There we go. Chairman Tagliati and Madam Secretary. My name is Derek Stevens. I am honored to be here in front of you here today. I'd like to just talk a little bit about the Legends Bay project and the involvement from Circa Sports. Circa Sports is our sports brand. This would be our 6th location within the state of Nevada. As I had mentioned previously to the board, Circa Sports had been looking for a Northern Nevada location for a number of years. And for one reason or another, we were never able to strike the deal. And I think I used the term, the stars just never aligned until we had an opportunity to meet Gary, DC and the team from Olympia and Legends Bay. And we knew on the first moment when we got to Sparks, after what we had known about the team, we knew this was the right location. One thing I didn't mention in front of the board, just because it didn't come up, but I'd like to address something that I think all members have brought up here. One of the reasons that all the stars aligned for us, because it matched up with some of our thoughts and our values. When we built Circa, we were in equity of 60% into this project. This was far in advance of anyone ever hearing about a pandemic. We took the worst case scenario and guess what? It kind of happened. So we were very conservative in our balance sheet when we built Circa. And in the same light, that was very impactful on myself and our team, seeing the equity position that was going in with Gary and his team. So that was one of the elements where we thought the stars aligned. And we're very excited, obviously, with a brand new build. We're very excited about the first time we're able to invest in Northern Nevada. And without going over too much of what I said a few weeks ago, I'd like to just say I'm open to any questions any of you may have.
Thank you. Let's start over here. Commissioner Solus Rainey.
I don't have any questions. I think this is exciting. Their music wasn't as peppy as yours, but nonetheless, I think, it's a good project. It seems like a really good partnership for you. I had the opportunity to see one of your books in Henderson last weekend, and it was interesting to see kind of how it all works, to see the Circa brand. It's exciting. As far as employees, how are you doing with have you started recruiting for the employees that are going to be at Legends Bay or?
Yeah, we expect that Circa Sports in Legends Bay will have 12 employees. We're going to bring, I believe, 4 from our Southern Nevada operations that will be moving to Sparks. And we will be going through a job fair coming up, I believe, in the next week or two to fill the additional positions in Sparks. So what we're doing is going to create a few new job opportunities here in Las Vegas and create the additional job opportunities in Sparks.
Oh, that's exciting that you've had 4. I assume the 4 are going up in supervisory roles.
That's correct.
Okay. Right. Thank you. I don't have any questions. It looked pretty clean. And like I said, it seems like a really good partnership.
Commissioner Cohen, any?
Thank you, Chair. Again, a clean application and, at least, from my perspective, I'm glad to see you expanding to the north. I did have one question regarding the bonus, the schedule. That's the first time I've seen that regarding mobile deposits. How did that come about?
Well, it came about because historically, if you go back, let's say 10, 15 years, some of the larger sports books with multiple locations, going back, let's say in the Leroy's days and William Hill days, there were often rev share agreements that were put into place. We felt with the changing dynamic of mobile betting, that would be very difficult for individuals such as a director like Matt Metcalf and his team to book to different revenue share agreements, particularly with our business model where we take higher limits than most. And what I mean by that is if you have a rev share agreement for us, let's say at Tuscany versus the Pass at Henderson versus in our books at the D or at Circa, it'd be very difficult to take $100,000 bet with a certain rev share agreement at Tuscany versus in our own properties. So how do you book to that? It creates basically a myriad of issues that are unsolvable. So what we did is we've developed a model which we've worked through with Tuscany and with the Pass, that from a booking perspective, our team can book the game as perfect as they can book it. Doesn't mean the house is going to win, but they don't have to take into consideration, oh, if we lose 100,000 at Tuscany, there's a different percentage there, or if we win there, it becomes a very complicated situation. So what we developed was a net deposit program, which still incentivizes our properties where we're a tenant. It still incentivizes the gaming operator to still want people to come into the casino and to make deposits to help fund their app accounts. We pay a rent number, and then we provide an incentive for the net mobile deposits.
And that true up occurs in the first quarter of the following year?
I think, under each one of the agreements, there might be some difference, but generally I think they're paid annually.
A very novel approach, and it does make sense to me, but I just wanted to bring that out. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
If you could just touch briefly on how staffing is going at Circa and how business is going generally.
Ooh. Well, yeah, I was on record with CNBC back in April that I was a little worried about inflation, and really since that time frame, we've started to see the impact of inflation on operations, some more than others. We've seen the impact of inflation on slots, on tables and beverage. We've seen that impact really for the last 10 weeks. The restaurant business has held up pretty well, and hotels have been very, very strong, very robust. And I think some of that has to do with the fact that people book their rooms out and they have to book their flights, out in the distance. So I think what we've seen is restaurants and hotels have been strong. I think not just with us, but I think this is what we've seen in all of Las Vegas, that hotels have really, really been the strongest. We certainly have a strong concern, and I would say a growing concern with regards to some of the telltale signs that we watch. Like on my dashboard every day, we take a look at the number of ATM transactions and average ATM withdrawal amount. From the month of April to May, the average withdrawal amount was down the most I've ever seen in my career. It was down 11% on average withdrawal. That's a telling sign. We've noticed a significant reduction in uncarded play, and we've seen a reduction in just the general spend on I would say some of the last minute spur of the moment, like the extra drink potentially or the extra pull on a machine. So we have some concerns with inflation, but hopefully things turn here by the time we get to the fall. And we're pretty sports orientated, so we're kind of excitedly awaiting football season.
The magazine just came out. I saw my husband obsessing over it. It's like Christmas came early. Well, and then what about staffing issues? I've been to Barry's. Every time I'm there, it's the same team, very professional. There's even a small group of Bulgarian team members that you have. My mom's Bulgarian, so she gets excited. She gets to speak with them. But you have a strong team there. And I don't know how the retention is going. How's that working for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think overall retention has been pretty good overall within the property. Obviously, different divisions, different departments. There's variances between divisions. We continue to have hiring events because we do have turnover, but we've been able to staff to what we need. Maybe one area of deep struggle, which I don't think it's just us, or I don't think it's Las Vegas. But it's very, very difficult to hire lifeguards in this day and age. And I saw recently, this national lifeguard shortage. It's for a community where water and pool events are important. That's probably been the biggest struggle. I talked to some individuals who were licensed before the board 30 years ago, and I didn't realize it was a struggle back in the 1980s and 1990s as well. But that's where we've had our biggest struggle.
Fascinating. Thank you. I have no further questions, no areas of concern. Thank you for your time today.
I just spoke to an attorney whose 17-year-old son became a lifeguard because there was a shortage, and she was expressing her angst at him being sent to the European pool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Maybe that has something to do with it.
Things you can't unsee.
Not your European pool.
No, Chair.
Just a European pool.
If I may say, we are an all-American company, including our pool. We do not have a European pool.
All right. Well, thank you for your presentation. And if there aren't any other questions, comments, or concerns,
I'm prepared to make a motion, Chair.
all right.
I move for approval of non-restricted item number 4 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
It appears that there were no votes, and Commissioner Teekapper did recuse from this item and therefore did not participate in the discussion or vote on this matter. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm sorry.
I regret that I wasn't able to participate on those two agenda items as the representative of Northern Nevada in this body. But I do want to say congratulations and welcome Mr. Stevens to Northern Nevada and the Reno Sparks Market. And Mr. Boa, thank you for making the investment with your whole team. I think it's an exciting project for Northern Nevada.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 5?
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Red Rock Resorts, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration and the application of NP Red Rock LLC doing business as Red Rock Casino Resort Spa for licensure to operate gaming salons. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the conditions as noted on the agenda.
Still the morning, so good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. Mark Rubenstein, the law firm of Reed, Rubenstein and Bogatz, representing the applicants. Appearing with me today is Dustin Boshears, who's Director of Casino Operations at Red Rock Casino Resort Spa. I'd be remiss if I didn't say congratulations to the Executive Secretary. You will be missed. You've been fantastic, and I'm sorry to see you. In terms of our item here, as I said, board, these are very straightforward applications. Red Rock Casino constructed and opened a new high limit table game area in May, immediately adjacent to its casino, and has designated one area inside that high limit area for use as gaming salons. The area can be configured and operated as 1, 2, or 3 gaming salons. All of the criteria for operation as a gaming salon have been met, and Mr. Boshiers is here to answer any questions or provide any clarifications with respect to the materials submitted in support of the application. Also in connection with the application, the PTC parent company, Red Rock Resorts, submitted an application to amend its 6th revised order of registration to reflect approval of the gaming salons, as well as some cleanup with respect to the recent sale of the Palms Casino. We've reviewed draft number 1 dated May 12th, 2022 of the 7th revised order of registration, as well as proposed conditions on the approval of the gaming salons, and find everything to be in order. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, welcome.
Thank you.
So I will open it up for any questions or comments. Commissioner Kekeffer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did we not amend the order of registration when the Palms sale was completed?
No, we were not part of the application process, other than that was a transfer of interest, but I don't think our order was dealt with at that time.
Thank you.
So this is the first time that you've opened the salons in terms of this concept. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it's the first ever for actually a local casino to actually open salons. I'm not aware of any local casino actually having private salons.
Could you explain just briefly for the record how that came to be and how you have pivoted into that trend? And I'm sad to see the buffet go because it's right down the street from my house. And I really liked it.
Understand that. So when I was actually on the Palms project with Station Casinos, also in the same role as Director of Casino Operations, and through that we were dealing with a lot of guests from the Strip, international guests, and we realized that salons on the Strip were very common, and that there was definitely a new business that we had not dealt with before. And so obviously COVID, Palms closure and everything else, we opened Red Rock up and we want to build this new high limit room. We said, well, let's make sure we're ready to go after that business also. And so that's why we made sure that when that high limit room was built, that we built rooms that were ready to be salons eventually.
And sir, what will the capacity be? And I know they have different configurations where you can do the 1, the 2, or the 3 separately.
Yes.
What will be the maximum capacity, and does it change if you reconfigure them and do them separately?
So basically it's two separate rooms with air walls there. We can leave it as one giant room. Tables can vary from roulette, blackjack, roulette, whatever the guest is interested in. And then obviously we can separate it off into individual rooms if we have multiple guests that would be in, that would want the salon experience. So that's where we applied for all 3 situations so that we can have that capability to do that.
And are you expecting a mix between locals versus, people from the Strip, out of towners?
I would say a majority of it's going to be out of town and international, but we have the capability, of course, for the local laws.
Of course. Well, thank you. I'm interested to see how that works.
Thank you.
I'm sure it'll be successful.
Thank you.
Mr. Foley?
I have no issues with the application. We will support the application, just noted.
I had just a quick question with respect to surveillance. Do you have like preset configurations of where you put tables and such?
So
it varies.
Yeah, and when we built those rooms, it was really important that we have ample amount of surveillance coverage. So a lot of PTZs, the pan-tilt zoom cameras that are capable of changing their angles and everything else. So every time we would do that, we would, if we're changing the table in that room, we would obviously take new imagery, send that over to the board, make sure that it's approved and that we have all the coverage necessary for that particular game type. So
what's the maximum number of tables that you can put in each salon?
The max would be basically, if you had it all 3, you could probably put 3 tables max in that room.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Just so I was just happened to see the high limit room for the first time, not from the inside, but from the outside.
Oh, feel free to walk in anytime.
Okay.
Obviously open to anybody, so feel free.
I think they poo-poo such a thing for the members, but not looking is fine. And I was just curious, how busy are you in that?
So it's been a great success since we opening. We opened on Cinco de Mayo. We right off the bat, tons of guests coming in saying what an amazing room, much lighter colors than the rest of the floor. Guests really perceived it well. Business wise, it's been very well in that room. I think combined, we're being in Summerlin and the neighborhood around us, and then how much we get of out of town business. Red Rock is just a great property, and business is booming.
Okay, well, I don't have any additional questions. Anybody else? No. So when you referenced the draft number 1, you're talking about the, I mean, I have it in my materials, got a lot of obviously strikeouts and everything and renumbering of paragraphs. It's 18 pages, but you've looked at it and you don't have any ministerial or, no.
No, Madam Chair, we signed off on the draft with staff.
Perfect.
So we're fine.
All right. Does anybody have a motion?
Thank you, Chair. I move for approval of non-restricted item number 5 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 6?
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Rodney Clinton Turlin for licensure as a key employee of Tropicana Laughlin LLC, doing business as Tropicana Laughlin Hotel and Casino, and Harrah's Laughlin LLC, doing business as Harrah's Laughlin. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure and a recusal on this item.
Yes, thank you. I do have a disclosure for non-restricted item number 6. Different Harrah's entities are adverse in matters involving clients of Louis Roca, the law firm where I'm a partner, in which matters I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Madam Chair, I need to disclose that I'm an employee of the law firm McDonald Carano. Mr. Burnett, partner in the firm, is representing the applicant today, and as such, I'll be recusing myself on this.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning,
Again.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. A.G. Burnett with the law firm of McDonald Carano. Here before you is Rod Turlin. As at the board, he's prepared to give you an overview of his background if you would like. Otherwise, he's happy to answer questions.
Sure, an overview would be great. Thank you.
My name, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. My name is Rodney Turlin. I have been I'm the Senior Vice President, General Manager of Harrah's and Tropicana Laughlin. I've been in the gaming industry for 36 years. A little over 36 years. I actually started in valet parking at Circa Circus. Worked at Circa Circus till approximately 1993. During that time, I had held positions valet parking. I was the valet parking supervisor and the valet parking manager, and then internal maintenance manager. I had the opportunity to transfer to Excalibur Hotel Casino in 1993. Worked there till 95, and then had the opportunity to be part of the opening team at Silver Legacy Resort Casino, where I began my career with the Carano family. I held positions at Silver Legacy as I was the public area housekeeping manager, also was hotel services manager, became the director of entertainment and special events. And then, excuse me, and then in October of 2015, after the acquisition of Eldorado Resorts acquired the other 50% of Silver Legacy and also Circa Circus, I became the executive director of entertainment and games marketing. In May of 2015 or 2016, I was asked to go over to Circa Circus, the director of operations over there. In July, I was promoted to vice president of operations. And then I was asked if I would be interested in moving to Colorado to be the vice president general manager of Isle and Lady Luck Casino in Black Hawk, Colorado. And then in April of 2020, when everything was shut down, they asked me if I'd be interested in moving back home to Nevada. I'm very excited to do so. I was born in Sacramento, but I consider myself a Nevada native since I moved here when I was 2 years old. And then in July of 2020, after the acquisition of Caesars Entertainment was completed, I was promoted to senior vice president and general manager of both properties. I'm married. I got an incredible wife. Been with her for 31 years, married for 25. I have 3 amazing children. One graduated from UMKC. I have another one that went to the University of Nevada, Reno, and is now moving down to finish her education at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. And then my youngest daughter is at UNLV and a member of the Rebel Girls and Company, and they just won the gold medal in the world champion dance competition. So I'm very excited about that. And I have 2 amazing grandchildren.
Well, thank you. We appreciate the introduction. I'm going to open it up for any questions or comments.
I love to see applicants like this who've worked their way up through the ranks and have, been involved in the industry for years. And I think there's nothing you can't do. I mean, you've seen every facet down from the valet, moving your way up and getting different perspectives by moving to different jurisdictions. So I'm sure you're a valuable asset. Wanted to talk to you briefly about the openings between the 2 properties. It sounds like there's about 120 openings, and I don't know if those numbers have changed since they were published for us to review in preparation, because sometimes the figures are still, and 50 openings I thought at Harrah's and 70 at the Tropicana. Are those consistent? Has it changed? Has it
It's pretty
improved?
consistent. I mean, when at the board meeting, we've actually lost a few members at Harrah's, but we've gained about 10 positions over at Tropicana. We have had some J1s that have come and are working at the property now. But the law firm market has always been a very difficult market in regards to labor. We've increased hourly rates. We're doing incentive programs, and it's a very difficult market.
And how's business generally, notwithstanding the staffing issues that everyone's experiencing across the board?
Yeah, our Q1 was incredible. Law firm market is like 2 different seasons. You have your retail season and you have your snowbird season. We're in the beginning of our retail season, and with the inflation, gas prices being a drive-in market, we did see a little dip the first couple weeks of June. But this last weekend was actually a very strong weekend, and we have another strong weekend on the book. But midweek is still a challenge.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Anything? Do you have anything?
I had a very important question. Was this their 4th national championship?
They actually won 9 national championships, but this was actually the world championship.
Oh, the world.
We got
okay.
chosen to represent the team against all the nations, all the different nations, and so it was pretty amazing. It was like, and being there, it was like the Olympics. They brought everybody in, and it was pretty incredible. So yeah.
They do an amazing job. It's a lot harder, I'm sure, than it looks.
Who was in
Where was
second
it?
place?
England.
Oh,
And where was the competition?
In Florida, Orlando.
Orlando, isn't
Yeah, everywhere. ESPN zone.
really? When are we gonna? We want
I
the
didn't have
World
any
Cup.
questions. I would echo, the comments made. I think it's always very impressive when you have somebody that's come up through the ranks and understands every aspect of the casino. And I think that's one of the things that makes Las Vegas special, is that we have a number of employees like you. Wish we had more, but thank you for your service and best of luck.
I appreciate that. And one of the things I can echo is I still learn on a daily basis from our team members. It's, we get a lot of great ideas from them. And so I still have room to learn. So I appreciate that.
Just curious, does your team know where you started?
Yes.
Do you ever tell the valet parkers, hey, I was you?
Yeah. So we have, especially like when we have new hire orientation, I attend everyone. And just to let the team know that, that there will be opportunities for them. And if they want to take to grasp those opportunities, they have opportunity to be promoted. We believe in promoting from within. So
inspiring.
Well, thank you very much. I'm, in support of this, obviously, and so I have no issues and am looking for someone to make a motion.
I'm happy to make a motion, Chair Tagliati. I move for approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, it appears there are none opposed, and the record should reflect that Commissioner Kekeffer recused from this item, did not participate in the discussion nor the vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. All right, Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of Carrie Lorraine Hall for licensure as a key executive and key employee of Harvey's Tahoe Management Company LLC, doing business as Harvey's Resort Hotel Casino and Harris Casino Hotel Lake Tahoe. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a recusal on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, need to disclose that I am an employee of the law firm McDonald Carano. Partner in that firm, A.G. Burnett, is representing the applicant today, and due to that existing relationship, I feel like I should recuse myself on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair,
Morning.
members of the commission. Madam Secretary, again, for the record, A.G. Burnett with the law firm of McDonald Carano. Here with me today is Carrie Hall. Again, she's going to give you her background if you so would like.
Please.
Thank you, members of the commission, Madam Chair and Madam Secretary. Pleasure to be here before you today. I am a native Nevadan, so I was born in Lake Tahoe and I was raised between Las Vegas and Lake Tahoe. I actually feel like I've been a part of this industry my entire life. My parents met on the gaming floor at Harrah's in Lake Tahoe. So I was raised between those two. I met my husband 31 years ago as students at Clark High School here in Las Vegas. All three of my daughters, who are teen and preteens, were born and mostly raised in Las Vegas. I'm a graduate of Arizona State University, and after completing my degree in tourism and recreation management, I returned to Las Vegas and started as a front desk agent. So much like my colleague Rod, worked my way up in the hotel side of the business at Caesar's Palace. I left for a brief amount of time to open the Venetian and be a part of that team, and then returned to Caesar's, where I worked my way up through the hotel and was a part of that team when Harrah's acquired us in 2005. After that, I worked at some of the legacy Harrah's properties across the way from Caesar's up until 2014 when I became the opening general manager of the Cromwell. Extremely proud of that project. I was there as it transformed from Bill's and we closed it and reopened as the Cromwell. Was in that position for a couple of years and was offered the opportunity to take on a larger operation and be the general manager of a property in Atlantic City. I relocated my family to New Jersey for about 4 years and worked at various properties within Harrah's Entertainment in that jurisdiction. And I was the general manager of Bally's when Eldorado Resorts acquired us. As a part of that deal, the Bally's was sold, but I was given the opportunity to meet with Tom Reeg and Anthony Carano during that transaction and express my interest in staying with the company, but really wanted to get back to my roots, which were out west. And they afforded me the opportunity as they were reorganizing the company to work on some remote projects, relocate back west, and hopefully a spot would open up. And about a year ago, they called and asked if I would have an interest in Lake Tahoe. And I said, how quickly can I get there? And absolutely. And so I've been there for about a year. Incredibly blessed to be part of a great team of professionals. A lot of my team is highly tenured, an amazing location, a little bit of a renaissance in Lake Tahoe right now. People are with the pandemic and COVID trying to get back outdoors and get a little bit of breathing space. And so Tahoe has been a beneficiary of that. And we're headed into a really great season with celebrity golf and our concert series, and business is great. I'm very happy to be there and pleased to answer any questions you might have of me.
Someone heard concert series.
I did.
Making any comments about Miranda?
19 concerts. If anyone, okay.
Well, thank you for introducing yourself, and we appreciate you being here. I'm going to start.
I don't have any questions. It's a clean application. I'm excited to have you back in Nevada.
Excited to be here.
Hope your girls enjoy the northern Nevada as much as the home where they've been raised here.
I have no questions regarding the application.
Welcome back to Nevada.
Thank you.
And I heard you use the word opportunity repeatedly, and it seems to me starting at the front desk and working your way up is just so impressive. And you talk about working with people that have tenure, and you're now one of them. And I think you bring all of your experiences with you to add benefit to the establishment. So congratulations on working your way up. I love to see people seize opportunities, and you're one of them.
Thank you.
I have no reservations.
Well, I echo the comments of my colleagues. I have no reservations, and at this time would entertain a motion.
Sure, I'm prepared to make a motion, Chair Tagliati, for approval of non-restricted item number 6 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the 7. Going on 7, apologies. Item number 7 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary. Thank you, Chair.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. There are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The record should reflect that Commissioner Keycapper recused from this matter, did not participate in the discussion, and did not vote on the item. All right, at this time, I think it's an appropriate time to take a short comfort break. And so we will do that before we begin the non-restricted items and the rest of the matters on the agenda. Thank you. Back on the record, restricted items held out for discussion. Madam Secretary, if you could read in restricted number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of PKWY Management LLC for a transfer of interest. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item, and Mr. Fine is joining us via Zoom.
Thank you. I do have a disclosure. PKWY Management is adverse in an unrelated lease matter involving a client of Louis Roca, the firm where I am a partner, in which matter I am not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Fine? Well, he's there, I just don't hear him.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, can you hear us?
I can hear you. I had to just, it clicked over to allow me to participate. So I was paused for a second.
Sure. Okay, so. All right, so this is the time set for hearing on your application. Do you wish to make comments to the commission?
No, I mean, I hadn't planned on saying anything. We realized that we had made a mistake. To give a brief background, can I give a brief background?
Yes, this is the time for you to do that.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So I've been running food and beverage bars, restaurants in Las Vegas since 2004. And I'm very heavily focused on, even way before COVID, employee retention. And a lot of what I do is I treat employees as partners. In some cases, I've in the past given some of the executives equity in my companies. And in doing so, it holds them, it keeps them responsible, and it allows me to keep employees a lot longer. In the last 5 to 7 years, rather than giving actual equity in companies, I actually treat employees based on revenue numbers, based on labor numbers, based on income. I treat the managers as partners, and I pay them as if they're an owner. I'll give them sometimes 1 to 4% of net income in the restaurants and bars. With this particular employee, Matthew Reyes, he was with me from the beginning, and so he was actually given equity. And typically, if someone was let go, if they're caught stealing, we take their equity back, and it's in their agreements, and we pay them out of severance. In the case of Matthew Reyes, this was the exact case. So we were giving him a piece of everything that we owned as we opened them up, and he was with me for I want to say 9 years or 10 years. He was in my wedding, one of my best friends, and it came a time to split ways, and so he signed everything back to me that he had, and we gave him a severance, and he went on to go take a pretty high position up with MGM, and it was no different than we had done for 14 years or 13 years, 12 years, whatever, to any employee. And then during COVID, we lost our controller. She moved out of town, and we hired a new controller who had a lot of gaming background. And when he was filing one of the gaming applications for one of the new properties, he noticed that there was one company that had 1%, so it was not a significant amount, but all the other companies that Matthew Reyes was a partner in had no problem because they were just liquor. But he brought it to my attention that this should have been noted to the Gaming Control Board. So same day, we called Gaming Control and said, hey, we made a mistake. What can we do to fix this? And, this is where we're at today. And I realized that that we made a mistake. We whistle blew on ourselves. There was, no, malintent, but new to gaming with these restricted licenses, which we're having a lot of success with. It was an oversight on my part. It all trails back up to me.
Well, thank you for your comments. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues if anyone has any questions or comments for Mr. Fine.
Hi, Mr. Fine. How are you today?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for appearing in front of us and being so candid and forthright. In connection with the NGC 09 license verification forms, is that something that you review going forward in connection with the work you do with the controller, or is that something you don't review?
I do review. So I do review now today.
Okay, good.
Before it was, it was given to me while Matthew Reyes was with us. And I believe that because he was the top of my food and beverage company. Today, it's a woman named Kenna Warner. And so everything from those companies would flow to them, and they would sign off, or the controller would sign off on work that was done. Today, anything gaming control board related comes up to me.
Thank you, sir. And it's also my understanding that the 1.5% interest in the Rock House 2 and the PBR Rock LLC, those are non-gaming, and therefore this issue did not arise in those two entities where Mr. Reyes' interests reverted back. Is that correct?
That is correct. And multiple times we had done this with other employees as well, maybe 3 or 4 times, but we never had any gaming companies involved. So it was literally just, here's a check, good luck. And, most of the time these weren't, stealing or any bad stuff. It was opportunity for the employee that was leaving.
Understood. And I envision, based on what I observed at the board level when you were making your presentation there affirmatively, that you probably thought it was a non-issue because it was reverting back to a party that was already licensed and didn't have any third-party non-gaming background or connection. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and then also the $100,000, which is a source of funds to pay Mr. Reyes consideration, came from Fine Entertainment Management from the Nevada State Bank account. So there's no issue there, correct?
Correct.
All right, I have no areas of concern. I understand that it was an inadvertent mistake. You've since educated yourself. You've armed yourself with a competent controller, and there was absolutely no intent in the fact that you personally made the report and self-reported the day you learned of it, not a week later or a month later, the day you learned of it, notwithstanding the fact that the transaction occurred on March 2nd, 2018. I'm comfortable moving forward with this, and I appreciate you taking ownership and accountability.
I thank you very much.
I have no further questions.
Commissioner Cohen?
Thank you. Mr. Fine, it's pretty self-explanatory, how we got here. And I think, we're satisfied that you're not going to let this happen again. And this application should move forward to right the error. So with that, I'll turn it over to my other colleagues.
Anything else? At this time then, if anyone has a motion, there being no additional comments.
I move for approval of restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Game Control Board.
Any discussion or comments on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
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 All right, it appears that the application and there have been none opposed, so we appreciate your appearance today, and thank you for answering our questions.
And thank you all for accepting my mistake and allowing me to make it right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we are moving to restricted 6. Madam Secretary, please read in restricted number 6.
Restricted number 6, the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 20687 for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of Kappa SF LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of revenue from Century Gaming Technologies, and the applications of Angad Marok and Kamal Marok for licensure as member and manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. Before I start, I'd like to just congratulate Madam Secretary on her retirement, and it's been a pleasure working with you. You've always answered my emails, and it's been great working with you, so appreciate it. Before you today, we have an application, Jeff Donato with Argentum. Before you today, you have an application for the applicants to receive a percentage of the gaming revenue from the SRO. This is the first time for the applicants to be before you and be within Nevada Gaming. So with your permission, I'd like to give them an opportunity to give some background information about themselves.
Please.
Well, good morning, everybody, or it might be afternoon now, I'm not sure. But my name is Angad Marok, and just a little bit about me. I have, as far as my undergrad goes, I have a bachelor's in biology, and then after that, I went for graduate school, and I have a master's in biotechnology, as well as a master's in business administration. And as far as my employment history goes, I started out maybe small as like a clerk at Macy's, and as my education progressed, so did my career prospects. And most recently, I'm employed with a large biopharmaceutical company, work remotely, and also have flexible hours. So I'm really excited about this opportunity that me and my mom have a chance to do. So I'll give her a chance to introduce herself.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kamal Marok, and I'm born in India, and I study over there home science and bachelor degree over there. And then I moved over here in California, and I work over there in surety property management as a assistant manager. And after that, then I moved in Las Vegas. And then I work with my husband. We both work in 7-Eleven. And now I have an opportunity to work for a new 7-Eleven.
Thank you.
Yep.
So at this time, I will open it up to, unless you have anything else.
No, we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, starting on this end.
I don't have any questions.
Questions?
You should be very proud of your son, Ms. Moreau. He's so well educated and very talented, it appears to me. Can you tell me what kind of products you're working on for the quality control specialist position that you have? I'm fascinated with that.
Sure. So majority of these products, they're either oncology products. There are some certain dermatological products for plaque psoriasis. And there are some parts where our company is going into, but those are a little bit confidential, so I can't go into the details. But there's a lot of mainstream products, and I'm sure you've seen those commercial ads on TV. So.
And the company, is it NameGen?
Amgen, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And so you're working remotely right now?
That is correct.
Okay, and how do you intend to spend your time with the company, your biotech company, versus helping out?
That's a good question. So currently, the way that we've structured it is, since I have flexible hours, what I'm going to be doing is going very early in the morning. So we're talking about like maybe 3 or 4 in the morning. And then by the afternoon time, that's probably when my mom's going to come in, and then she'll take over from that point. But of course, there's no weekends off, so I'll definitely be there as well.
Excellent. Well, I wish you well and congratulate you both. And I have no other questions or areas of concern. Good luck.
All right. It would appear, if there's no other comments or questions, that this is ripe for a motion.
Sure, Chair, if I may. I move for approval of the restricted item number 6 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed. Thank you very much for taking the time to be here today and to meet us. And congratulations and good luck.
Thank you very much. We'd like to thank Agent Jeffries for all her hard work during the investigation process.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in restricted number 7.
Restricted number 7 is the application of Ashmashika LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 20145, and the applications of Devanji Vashi and Shmeet Gandhi for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato here with Argentum. Before you today are the applicants that are seeking approval to share in the gaming revenue under the SRO's application. This is their first time in Nevada gaming as well. And with that, with your permission, I'd like to give them an opportunity to give some background about themselves as well.
Please.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Smeet Gandhi. And my background, actually, I went to Singapore to study diploma in hospitality management at the age of 15. And in Singapore, everybody was, all the topic were based on Las Vegas. So then I dreamed to come over here as a student at UNLV. I finished my Bachelor's of Science at Hospitality Management in UNLV. And then I worked for 8 years for an Indian restaurant. Now I'm a proud owner of an Indian restaurant myself, with other few entities. Also a proud husband of my Devangi Vashi with 1 4 baby, and that's about it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Devangi Vashi, and I moved from India 10 years ago. I did my high school education in New Jersey, and I was working for retail stores in New Jersey, Walgreens, CVS, in pharmacy, and got married to Smeet 6 years ago and moved to Vegas, and worked here for Intermountain Healthcare Pharmacy, and now working for 7-Eleven.
I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions for either one of you or for council, starting with Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for coming today. Could I ask you, is your license with the Nevada State Board of Pharmacy, does that remain active?
No, as of right now, it's inactive.
Okay, thank you. And the split will be 20/80 with Sartini?
I believe it's on a scale, so depending on what the machines do, will determine what their.
Okay, thank you. And sir, if I could ask you, when you went to Singapore at the age of 15, was it a study abroad program? How did you get there?
Yes, as a student, international student, I went to study hospitality management over there as well. And Singapore is a gateway for the world.
It is.
So so I choose Singapore.
Must have been very eye-opening at the age of 15 to go there.
So the more challenging was Vegas, because I did not know anyone when I came here.
I had the same experience. It took me 1 year to get used to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Culture shock, but welcome. You're a power couple now. Congratulations. And I have no questions or reservations.
Mr. Cohen?
No question.
I didn't have any questions either. Congratulations. It's a pleasure to meet you and to see you working, towards bettering your life and, being proud business owners. So best of luck with that.
All right, well, I'm sorry. Again, thank you for being here and speaking to us. It appears I don't have any reservations and or questions, and so I think it's ripe for a motion.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion or comment on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
There are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Agent Haney for all her hard work during the investigation process as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, I believe that concludes our restricted items. If you could please read in our next agenda item.
Next for your consideration, you have a stipulation for settlement and order settling the complaint filed in the matter of the Nevada Gaming Control Board versus Station Casinos LLC, NP Red Rock LLC doing business as Red Rock Casino Resort Spa, case number 21-04.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, Mark Rubenstein, a law firm of Reed, Rubenstein and Bogatz, on behalf of Station Casinos NP Red Rock LLC. With me today is Jeffrey Welch, Executive Vice President, Chief Legal Officer, and Secretary of Station Casinos.
Okay, and the record should reflect, we also have the senior DAG on this matter present. How are you today?
I am good, Chair Tagliati. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, members of the board. For the record, I'm John McKella of the Attorney General's office. And if you would like me to continue, I will. Otherwise, I will.
Please.
Okay. Thank you. I have a stipulation for your consideration that settles a complaint filed by the board against Station Casinos LLC and NP Red Rock LLC, DBA Red Rock Casino Resort Spa. The crux of this complaint is that respondents did not prevent their mobile sports wagering app from allowing sports wagering tickets to be written after the outcome of certain events were known. Through the settlement, respondents do not admit or deny the allegations of the complaint. However, respondents specifically admit that they failed to maintain their virtual servers on which their mobile sports wagering app operated, that this failure may have led to the acceptance of ostensible past posted wagers, and that this failure to maintain virtual servers occurred after respondents responded to a 2019 OSC, which included apparent violations concerning the maintenance of servers. The resolution of the 2019 OSC highlighted that respondents needed to have redundant monitoring processes to ensure they do not accept money or its equivalent ostensibly as a wager upon an event whose outcome has already been determined, including for wagering events administered by third-party wagering programs. Respondents highlight in the settlement that they are making a very significant financial commitment to replace their current mobile sports wagering app based on the past acceptance of the ostensible past posted wagers. Respondents also highlight that they self-reported all instances of ostensible past posted wagering. This settlement resolves the complaint by respondents agreeing to pay an $80,000 fine. That is my presentation on this issue for you today. If the commission has any questions, I would be happy to answer them. Otherwise, I ask the commission to approve the stipulation for settlement. Thank you.
Before we hear from other members of the commission, I will simply say that part of the duties of the chair require the chair to engage in discovery disputes related to discipline matters. And so I have had the occasion to have some understanding outside the record here of some of the issues in the case and some of the potential mitigation that Red Rock was potentially intending to put forth. And so I'm going to say for the record that I don't have any issues with the resolution of this matter in light of what I know. And I'm going to support it and simply make that statement before I open it up to questions and comments of my colleagues, starting on my left this time.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for coming today. Could you provide me with the timeline that it will take to replace the stadium software with the new software? I understand it's already commenced. If that's correct?
Yeah, we're expecting sometime in the next year to year and a half. Part of the delay is occasioned by the fact that the provider has not yet been licensed in the state of Nevada. So they're going through the process of getting their license as well as submitting their platform for approval for the first time in the state.
Understood. So it's contingent upon that approval going through, and then the remediation can be completed at that point?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. I think my first question is going to probably be directed at Deputy McKella. The $80,000 fine that was ultimately agreed to, and again, I'm not going to get in the middle of that. That's what has been proffered. That's what's been agreed to by the parties, and I'm not trying, to raise it, to lower it. I'm going to stay with that. But similarly situated violations in the state that have gone to complaint, do we have any sort of range of what the fines in those cases have been, if there have been any?
Thank you, Commissioner Cohen. There are only two somewhat comparable complaints, and I know Mr. Rubenstein won't like these comparisons. It's definitely not apples to apples.
Senior
But
Can you hold on 1 second? 1 second. Can we turn up his volume by any chance? Okay, thank you. Move closer. And if you don't mind, in a minute, when I ask you to begin anew, could you start at the beginning because your volume was down? Okay, could you start again? Thank you.
yes, can you hear me now?
Much better. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Starting again, there are no directly comparable complaints. There are two that did involve the writing of sports wagering tickets after the outcome of an event was known. There was the 2016 complaint against CG Technology and a 2018 complaint against CG Technology. Both of these involved tickets written after the outcome of an event was known. Prior to the 2016 incident, there was a violation letter on a similar incident against CG Technology. And there were many other issues, as I'm sure Mr. Rubenstein would agree. But the 2016 one was settled for $1.5 million and the resignation of its president and CEO and other non-monetary measures. And the 2018, again, many other issues and a history. That one was resolved for $1.75 million, the replacement of its sports wagering system, and other measures.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the CG, matters, and I certainly think that's apples and oranges. I mean, it may have had to, to do with accepting wagers, after the outcome has already been determined. Now, in Red Rocks or Station Casinos instance, the past posting, that was totally based upon a glitch in the system. Is that accurate? As opposed to any sort of fault associated with the licensee, other than they're responsible for what goes on under the four corners of the gaming prop.
Thank you, Commissioner Cohen. I would direct you to the complaint for the culpability that the board believes is here. And then I would also direct you to the stipulation where respondents admit that they failed to maintain their virtual servers on which the product operated, and that this contributed to the inadvertent involuntary acceptance of the ostensible past posted wagers, and that the failure to maintain the servers was after an OSC and several violation letters concerning these failures to maintain the servers.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, my question, now I'll turn to Mr. Rubenstein. Have the virtual servers been remedied so this can't happen again during the pendency of the changeover to the new system?
Yes and no. Yes, they've been remedied in terms of our agreement to monitor the memory on the servers. What happened was there was a flaw in the software which triggered the memory of the servers filling up more quickly than anyone had anticipated, basically freezing the system. And that's what caused the initial past posting incidents. We determined that we could jerry-rig around the flaw in this, or we thought we could jerry-rig around the flaw in the software to prevent this from happening. And the way that was done was to set an alarm in the server, in each drive on the server, that if it became 85% full, the memory, that someone would be notified that, okay, we may lose memory and this may recur, so let's do something about it. Unfortunately, the incident, and this was December of 19 when we sent the letter in and said that's what we're going to do. Now that didn't address the flaw in the software, and at no point was Stadium called forward or asked to submit to the lab some sort of fix in the software. But apparently the board felt that that was an adequate remedy to try and avoid this from happening again. Somehow in March of 2021, there was an unalarmed drive where the memory issue recurred and wagers were accepted after a time that the outcome of the events were already determined. Subsequent to that, there have been 2 other past posting incidents that have nothing to do with the memory capacity of the servers, where it became apparent that even though that's one way to jerry-rig a fix against that particular aspect or that particular manifestation of the software flaw, there are other manifestations of the software flaw that can't be essentially headed off by simply putting these memory alarms in your servers. And there have been 2 other incidents, one of which happened to multiple licensees as we understand it. And that's kind of what precipitated us accelerating a discussion of settling the case, because frankly, from our point of view, we felt vindicated in our initial position that a complaint really shouldn't have been filed, and are settling this really, even though it's we think a very high number, settling it for nuisance value because it would be very expensive to litigate.
And my last question, again, from the state's perspective, it happened under your watch. It may not have been your problem, so you own it. So we understand. The 80,000 has been agreed to, based upon whatever this commission determines between the state and the licensee. And I just want to verify one thing regarding these past posted accepted wagers. Not one of them was actually paid.
That's correct. All of the wagers were
Voided.
considered void and therefore canceled. And whatever funds would have flown in or flowed in or out of customer accounts were restored. Station casinos, none of the books made any money or lost any money off the transactions. And of course, the state was not deprived of any tax revenue. So it was really, as frustrating as it was for the board to have heard about this again, and we self-reported every incident. And as aggravated as the enforcement division might have been in having to deal with this again, no more aggravated than we were, quite frankly. There was no harm. This was a crime, if you will, or violation, if you will, with no harm to anyone.
That one I can't quite get to, but because there was harm. Anytime there's a void of these wagers, there's harm, and so we're here to protect the integrity of the system. But from everything that you've told us and everything that Senior Dag Michaela has said, we're well on the way. You're well on the way to having this thing resolved, albeit, there's been a delay because the system you're bringing on hasn't been approved by the laboratory and et cetera. So hopefully that'll be the end. I'm prepared to support this, but I appreciate the explanations by both the state and the licensee.
And one of the reasons we've had to go with an operator is because there aren't a lot of these systems that have been approved in the state. And if we went with one of the ones that did, we'd have to essentially be dealing with a competitor. So our choices were not many.
Mr. Rubenstein, I'm not sure I'm quite clear on where we are today.
Okay.
I mean, I understand, there's a delay with the new system that you're bringing on board, but what mitigation efforts are in place today to prevent this from occurring?
So far as this lack of server memory contributed to the incidents, we have redoubled our efforts to do what we promised to do when we responded to the order of show cause in 2019. We failed in that one occasion in March of 2021. Insofar as there have been subsequent incidents involving failures of the stadium software that led to other pass posting incidents, insofar as we can tell, that is on stadium. What we are doing is trying to move away from stadium as quickly as we can. But we don't know, quite frankly, the inner workings of the stadium software or the specific nature of the flaw. And so unfortunately, we have to kind of live with the possibility that this could recur. It did recur in January of 2022. It did recur in March of 2022. The March incident, as we understand it, as we've been advised by Stadium, affected multiple licensees and not just Station.
Okay, but with respect to this alarming your drives, you had committed to do that after the 2019
We did,
issues.
and we missed one.
And you
dri-
just missed one drive.
one drive.
Have you gone through to verify that all the drives are now alarmed?
Yes.
Are there any additional audit procedures that you have in place to, I mean, it wouldn't prevent it, but to catch it after the fact in a timely manner?
I don't know. I can verify that and get back to you, but I would be shocked if there weren't. I mean, I have a lot of faith in the station's compliance team and audit team.
I would appreciate that. I mean, frankly, I'm a little concerned when you describe measures taken to prevent pass post wagers as jerry-rigging. I mean, that doesn't sound
Well, I mean,
incredibly comforting.
well, I understand, but that's really, ultimately what it is, because we don't control the software and the flaws in the software. This was one, what the flaw in the software caused was this sudden filling up of empty memory. And
I
so,
understand.
we volunteered to say, okay, we'll look out for that manifestation of the flaw, but that's all we can do. And so we blew it on one occasion, but we've been doing it every day since we committed in 2019. So I think there's a high degree of confidence that we're doing what we promised to do, with the exception of that one particular day in March of 2021.
Understood. I don't have any other questions. I mean, I appreciate the fact that, this is a stipulation and don't want to affect that, because, others that have looked at a lot more detail than we have are satisfied that this is an appropriate amount. But I would be just cautious, or caution you to, if you don't have a lot of procedures to catch it, I mean, at least, do what you can to either prevent the problem, but at least identify the problem if it does happen.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thanks. If there's another trigger that floods a server with data, what is the remedy for that? Do you automatically pull another server online to capture all of that data? What happens at the next step?
Well, that's well beyond my IT knowledge. My understanding was that we would notify Stadium and we would stop taking wagers for some period of
That was
time.
gonna be my question, right? Because if there's a problem, I assume the system stops, right? So
Right.
that
We stop doing what we're doing to make it stop and figure out what the best remedy is. Do we activate another server? Is there something that just needs to be reset? But that goes beyond my IT capabilities. I don't know if Mr. Welch has.
I'll wrap strips.
No, that's fine. I think for council, you pointed to two previous incidents from 16 and 18 regarding the CG that seems somewhat unrelated based on all of what I've heard. I wasn't here at that time. Just in our recent past, what have fines been that have been stipulated to or levied by the commission?
Thank you, Commissioner Kiefer. It's always a big range depending on it, on the circumstances. We don't have anything that I'm aware of related to the past post wagering, other than those CG technology complaints. We always do look to the past for determining what an appropriate fine amount is. You know, it's always just a range. I think the smallest one I've done has been $3,000 and the biggest one has been $20 million. So it just depends on the violations.
And fair. For Red Rock, how long does your contract run with Stadium? When does that terminate?
It's terminable when we need to terminate it at this point.
So as soon as your next provider is available, you can flip the switch.
Correct. We have to give, I believe, 90 days notice, I
think
believe.
so.
Yeah.
And also, I think Stadium may be exiting Nevada as a software provider.
As a B2B.
Prior to you having your new software available?
Will not be happening.
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it.
I will say it gives me some assurance that this was self-reported in all the instances. And I understand that there were refunds given, everything was voided. So it almost feels like a neutral event. I agree with Commissioner Cohen that it's not great and impugns the integrity of gaming. But of course, you did what you could separate and apart from the flaw or the defect in the Stadium software. That's not to say beyond your pay grade, but definitely something I can't grasp because it's not something I do. But I understand that your hands are tied and you've done the best that you could in the interim until you resolve this issue forward going, so you don't have to deal with these issues, because nobody wants to have a fine, nobody wants to have the lens on you, and clearly there's nothing you could have done other than jerry rig, fix, do what you can in the interim to solve the solution, the problem, so you don't have it happen again. So I appreciate your efforts. It seems like clearly you're frustrated because this is a difficult situation, but I do appreciate the self-reporting, which is very important, and it goes a long way with me. Thank you.
Can I ask Senior DAG Michaela, do you have any comments or as a result of the discussion that has occurred up until this point? I know you.
I think for the most part, the conversation has been fairly accurate. Obviously, by filing this complaint, the board believes most of the culpability lies with Station for this. And ultimately, it is the responsibility of the licensee. They're the licensed entity exposing sports wagering with the sports wagering approval. And so it is their responsibility. The March incident, March 2022 incident, I don't have enough information on to make any statements about. The January 2022 incident, while that is, there's no plans to file anything on that. My understanding is that was initially caused by a hardware failure on the part of Station controlled hardware, but what happened after that it is unclear.
Okay, thank you for elaborating on that for us. Is there anything else?
No, obviously, the fact that we're entering into this stipulation voluntarily, we accepted culpability. We've always accepted some culpability. Our objection was always, hey, there are other folks that contributed to this, and we want everyone to recognize it. Not just the Stadium, but also the customers who knew that the events were over and fired away anyway. They're not necessarily innocent either, and to some extent, again, I don't want to take on the board any further. But, the board, in their relationship with Stadium, we felt could have done more as well in terms of trying to come up with a better remedy. But yeah, this reflects our acceptance of culpability for sure.
Okay, well, that kind of all goes back to the mitigation that I referenced at the beginning when I made my comment. And so if nobody has anything else, I'm looking for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I would move to accept the stipulation and settlement order dated as of June 10th, 2022 between the Nevada Gaming Control Board and the respondent Station Casinos Red Rock Resort Spa.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Thank you, Senior Dag.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next to,
Are we supposed to authorize her to sign the order?
all right, Madam Secretary, next agenda item, please.
Your next item for consideration is the application of Sally Aloyan for enrollment to practice as an agent before the board and commission. I believe Ms. Aloyan is in Carson City.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Tagliati and members of the Gaming Commission and Madam Secretary. My name is Sally Aloyan, and it is my great honor to appear before you today for your consideration of my application for enrollment as an agent to practice before the board and commission. I will tell you that in the 25 plus years that I spent with the Gaming Control Board were the most rewarding professional experiences of my life. I had no idea the opportunities working for the Gaming Control Board would offer me when I moved to Nevada in 1987. My husband had finished his enlistment in the Navy and wanted to return to his home of Nevada to pursue his college degree. When he suggested I apply for an agent position with the Gaming Control Board, I believed truly that he was talking about hunting licenses. Little did I know that working for this esteemed organization would introduce me to the most important industry in the state and also allow me to represent the gold standard of gaming regulation throughout the country and the world. The application you see before you today is the result of my being asked by a Nevada gaming licensee to assist him with licensing applications and other regulatory matters, including appearing before the board and commission. As a former coordinator of applicant services, I knew immediately that I would be required to file an application for enrollment pursuant to Reg 10. My role for this licensee is to advise on applications and other compliance-related matters. I will assist in collecting required support documentation for applications and review the final application package prior to submission to the board. I will also contact the investigations, tax and license, and enforcement division staff when a situation requires it. To be clear, I will not be giving the licensee legal advice or legal interpretation of the gaming regulations and statutes. That role is for the licensee's gaming attorney. I thank you for your consideration this afternoon and will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Aloyan. Appreciate it. At this time, I'm going to open it up for any questions or comments.
Prepared to make a motion. Don't have any questions.
All right, well, at this time, we're going to have a motion.
Sounds good to me.
Chair Tagliati, I move for approval of Ms. Aloyan's application to act as an enrolled agent in any case or matter. Is that sufficient? Okay, thank you.
All right, at this time, is there any discussion or comment on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you, Ms. Aloyan, for your patience and appearance today, and we'll be seeing you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in our next agenda item.
Next for your consideration are two gaming employee registration appeals. Your first item is Elizabeth Blue, case number 21 LV 10155.
Is Ms. Blue present?
She sent me an email about a half an hour ago indicating that she was on her way. It appears she may not have arrived as of yet.
All right, why don't we trail this matter and call the next appeal?
Chair, I believe that Miss Blue was on the agenda last month.
Oh,
And because we were going long, she was unable to wait.
Yeah.
So she's come back. This is her second time trying to appear before us. Just wanted to.
Well, it looks like we have our next appellant, if you will, or petitioner.
Your second item is, the next item is Zen Guan, case number 21 LV 10526. And Mr. Guan has requested an interpreter, and I have sent a text message to Ms. McCoy in our audit division, who will be acting as his interpreter. She should be here in any minute.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you may have told me that, you may have told me when the email came from Ms. Blue, and I may have missed it. I apologize if you did.
She sent me an email about 30 minutes ago, indicating that she was on her way.
From far, far away?
She did not indicate.
Based on her address, she might still be in there. She's 89123.
89123, okay. All right, well,
just so you're aware, Ms. McCoy has indicated she is on her way. So we will be able to take Mr. Guan's item.
okay, sounds good. Thank you. Should we move to the next agenda item and then go back? Can we do that? Oh, there we go. Okay.
I was watching the screen.
I'm sorry.
Oh, here we go.
Did you guys call me?
Yes, we did.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so this is the matter of Ms. Elizabeth Blue. If you could please state your name for the record.
Elizabeth Blue.
Okay. It's my understanding that you, we continued this from last month, which one of my colleagues reminded me. And now is your opportunity to be heard.
Okay. Sorry, I'm catching my breath. I just ran up. I'm not gonna stand here and tell you like any excuse I have. I messed up. I've had a rough past. I was in a relationship and it was very abusive and I just got out of it. So I'm doing a lot better and I'm trying to turn over like a new leaf and just have a job for my family. And sorry. I know I can, I'm sorry for everything. I need this. I need a job. And I have one waiting for me if I get my gaming license back.
Okay. Appreciate your statement. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you or comments. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was, I read some conflicting statements in the record that your failure to disclose on your history report, was that intentional because you really wanted the job, or did you
No.
accidentally?
I didn't think it, no, it was accident. I didn't do it because I wanted the job. That's not what I thought at all.
Okay.
I thought it was because it was denied by the DA, one of them, and then I didn't keep it off on purpose. I just forgot.
Okay. Our records indicate that you told the investigator that it was intentional.
It wasn't
Did you initially
intentional.
say
I
that
don't
and
know.
then change your position?
Hold on one second. So this is going to be transcribed, meaning someone's going to type out all the words, and if you talk over each other.
Sorry, that was an accident.
That's okay.
I apologize.
That's
So,
okay.
I mean, did you originally say that and then decide that you misstated, or?
I don't
did you not
recall
recognize it?
saying that. Sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead.
I don't recall saying that at all. Like I said, though, I was in a really abusive relationship. I've been hit on the head a few times and I could have accidentally said it, but I don't think I did.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you have any questions or comments? Okay. Commissioner Brown?
Hi, how are you today?
Good, how are you?
Good. Have you had a chance to catch your breath?
Yeah, I have.
Good. Yeah, I know you waited a long time last time, and we're
Yeah.
sorry we couldn't take you. We don't have control about how long our matters go, so I do apologize that we weren't able to handle your appeal last time you were here, and thank you for coming back.
For having me.
Where are you working right now?
I'm not working. I'm just taking care of my 1-year-old and my 12-year-old.
And are you able to work somewhere that has no gaming component, where you wouldn't require approval from the Gaming Commission?
Well, yeah, but I really want my gaming license back.
I understand.
I really do.
No, I appreciate it.
It's in the family and
What do
I
you mean
can't
by
take
that?
it back,
When you
but
say it's in the family, can you explain to me what you mean?
my dad, my sister, they all do it. My other sister, my dad's a pit boss at Bellagio, and my sister used to work at Treasure Island, my older one, but she had to move out of state. And my other sister, we work at the same place, and she also works other places.
Thank you. I know that you heard Commissioner Keykefer ask you about the failure to disclose, and really, I think you would be in a different position had you disclosed that voluntarily versus somebody finding out. It changes my viewpoint, and I don't know why you failed to disclose it, other than maybe you forgot, but these are, as I see it, pretty serious
Yeah, I know.
offenses. So just for me personally, I know you really want this, and I know this is hard, but I feel like I need more time to pass. And I think I can't support it at this point, and you can come back in a year if you'd like, if you think things have changed. I know you said you're working on yourself. What have you done to work on yourself?
Well, a year ago, I had a son, and I'm trying to heal like therapy, and I'm just not hanging around those people.
Good, good.
I just hang around my family now.
I think that's
That's all.
I think that's a positive step in the right direction.
Yeah.
But just for me, it's too soon. Thank you.
Commissioner Cohen, do you have anything?
I have no question.
So there's a point during either the investigation or your hearing where you make a statement that the charge was denied by the DA because it was Tylenol. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a difference between denying a charge and dismissing a charge. And I think you may know the difference because the first time you had a case, you went to a class, remember, and you talked about how that charge had been dismissed.
Yeah.
Okay, so denied means DA's office just decides not to file a charge. But they're not usually on giving the person a call and explaining themselves, especially for like one pill, no matter what the pill is, right? Because that's taxpayer money for a pill.
Yeah.
So do you really know why it was denied? Did you actually make a court appearance and the DA stood up and said, oh, this was Tylenol, or was that your assumption?
No, they just came up to me and they said, this is what you're here for. And they're like, this is ridiculous. And she's like, I'm gonna let you go today because this is stupid. That's really what she said to me.
Okay. But it doesn't mean she went and had a test done on the pill. You don't know that, correct?
No.
Okay.
I don't.
Because let me tell you, I was in that justice system for 26 years and I guarantee you they didn't test the pill. They didn't.
Oh, no, I don't
right?
think they tested it. Is
Okay.
that what I said?
Well, at one point in either in the investigation or at the hearing, you said it was denied because
Oh,
it was Tylenol.
Oh,
And
I worded it.
I find that hard to believe because of the way the system is set up. The DA's office doesn't make charging decisions and then send you the reason or tell you the reason, usually. So if you went up to court and they said, we're not proceeding, state's not proceeding, which is what they would have said, usually the DA doesn't stop in their list of 100 cases and say, I'd like to take a minute to explain the reason to her.
Right.
And that would have taken testing on one pill, which probably didn't happen. That's my point is it doesn't mean it was just Tylenol. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I got it. No, I understand. What you're
Okay.
saying.
But if you had information that it was just Tylenol or someone actually told you that, or you had a letter, I was just curious if that had happened because that would be unusual, but not impossible.
Right. But no, I don't.
Okay. Thank you for answering my question. Did I ask if you had any questions? I'm sorry.
started.
You started.
And
I'm
I didn't have
sorry.
any questions.
This is what happens when you go for 4 hours. All right, anybody else? All right, well, there are, it appears to me Commissioner Brown has indicated a certain predilection to make a motion. Or does anyone else have a desire to make a motion on this matter?
I move for the commission to sustain the board's objection to the registration of Elizabeth Blue as a gaming employee.
Is there any comment or discussion on the motion? I would just say that I'm going to support the motion, and the reason is because if people don't report, and I think someone quoted one of the commissioners at your hearing saying, the system only works if people tell the truth. If there's no ramification, then people will just lie. That's the bottom line. And so I don't question your background and how hard it's been, and I applaud you for getting clean and staying above board. And in a year, good news is it's an employee's market. So at this time, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, you can, a year from today, ask to revisit this decision, okay?
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Good luck.
All right, at this time, we're going to move to the next registration appeal, gaming employee registration appeal.
That would be Mr. Zen Guan.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca McCoy. I'm an audit agent with the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division. I personally do not know Mr. Guan. I was asked to be a translate today.
Okay, thank you for agreeing to interpret for him. Since this isn't your regular business, what we will probably do is ask, whatever you're more comfortable with. If I were you, I would just put your hand up when it's too much. Okay, and we're going to ask him to make a statement first.
Okay.
And if you want to tell him when you need him to stop so that you can interpret for us.
Sure.
We'll kind of leave it to you to let us know how you want the interpreting piece of this to go.
Okay.
Okay.
Prior to this meeting, I received the email from the secretary, and then Mr. Guan did made a statement, which is I also translated. So I was wondering, do you want him to read his statement first in Chinese, or you want me to read this translation?
We have all the information that has been provided by the executive secretary. So what this time is for if there's something he wants us to know in addition to what he's already said.
Okay. So I'm gonna translate. 这个主席就是说，如果你他已经收到你就是之前发过的那个声明，那他所有的信息他们都已经收到。那如果说你如果有什么补充想对他们讲，是这个时候可以开始告诉他们。然后你要注意，就是说你不能够把就是说的太长，因为我要一点一点帮你翻译。
没有人补充了，他既然是收到的话，那就。
Okay. He said all he wanted to say is on his statement. He has not any additional statement wanted to make at this time.
Okay. And also, this is also the opportunity for the members of the commission to ask him any questions they may have. So.
Okay. 他说，如果你没有什么补充的话，那基本上就是对所有的这些会员会问你一些问题。Yeah, he's ready.
Okay. Also, is that the statement he has in his hand? Do you have that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to?
I have a Chinese and English version both. So
okay.
Whichever you need.
Can he state his name for the record?
Sure. 他需要为了记录，他要告诉他你是什么名字。
My name is Zhen Guan.
Thank you.
谢谢。
Do you want to go ahead and, do we have a copy of this?
The commissioners were not provided a copy as I believed Mr. Guan was going to make the statement and it was going to be interpreted here at this meeting.
Okay, so would he prefer to just have you read the English version since you've already translated it?
OK，就是你之前有写过这个声明吗？如果说你觉得比较舒服的话，就是说可以让我帮你读这个翻译的，
谢谢。
可以吗？可以。你用英语说，告诉他们。
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so this is Mr. Zheng Guang's statement. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm not a criminal. I have changed and have not done anything illegal since the last event. My roommate and former coworker from casino has testified to my changes and improvements since last hearing. I did not sell or buy the marijuana and I am not the kind of the drug dealer the officer had described.
Could you say that last word again? The officer what?
The officer had described.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I have regretted the mistake for the past 5 years. I have learned how important it is to respect and follow the law. I have and will obey the law. I sincerely hope to have an opportunity to work again to provide a better life for my kids and family. I sincerely ask all members of the commissions to consider my application and make an unbiased and fair decision for my case. Thank you. Zheng Guang.
Thank you. So at this time, I'll start over with Commissioner Brown, I guess, and work my way this way for questions or comments.
I'll go last, please.
Okay, Commissioner Keycapper, would you like to start? If you have anything?
I don't have any specific questions for Mr. Guan. I think the time of the conclusion, or but at the time of the decision by the board member Watkins, it was just recent, but it indicated 4 years since the arrest, which is sort of getting out there a little bit. But I think it's sort of mitigated by the scope of what the arrest involved. Talking about sort of an illegal grow operation that included garbage bags potentially full of an illegal product. So, we have a legal and regulated marijuana industry in the state, and it's just a little potentially too close to home too soon for me, based on what's in the record in front of us. Thank you.
You.
这个成员呢，他就是说，觉得这个时间太短了，就是你出来的这个时间4年内，然后呢，在你的就是 case 里面呢，他们曾经看到过你那个就是垃圾袋里面有装，就是说有人看见你用那个垃圾袋装那个大麻，所以他觉得这个时间是比较短，就是说是在这个期间内。然后你有什么要说跟他们讲的吗？
Commissioner Solis-Rainey, do you have any comments or questions?
时间短是指那多长算是合适的时间？
Mr. Guan is asking, so how long does that consider would be the time will be enough for him to go back to the gaming industry and to work as a car dealer? So.
Right now, we're just going through
the microphone.
We're going through each of us to have any comments or questions because we have to publicly deliberate. Could you explain that to him?
他现在是就是说每一个会员他们会跟你讲他的意见。那至于这个你问的这个是只是一个结论，所以呢，你只能稍等一下。
So we can have questions of you or comments.
就说这不是个问题，他只是告诉我。
对对对对 ，Yeah, he understood.
Comments don't really invite your response. Questions, we will specifically ask you. And then at the end, we're gonna have a motion. And so we're not even done, I guess is what I'm trying to explain.
现在这个就是说，只是他的那个意见，现在还没有就是说做这个结论。所以如果是结论的话，那就会告诉你。
We talk a lot.
Thank you.
He understood. He understood.
Daddy understands.
He knows he's watched us.
Agent McCoy, thank you for interpreting.
You're welcome.
I had a question for Mr. Guan. Is it still his position that he wasn't aware of the grow operation? That it was inconsistent in the
他就是说，这个会员他就是有一个问题问你，他就是说，你是就是说，在你的这个案例当中，你是还是在觉得是你还是觉得不能够跟他们合作呢？还是就是说，还是觉得是不太确认，就是说你的位置？
我没太
因为你的案件在 I try to explain to his case， 因为你的那个案例的话，你好像是一开始是说你是承认还是不承认，就是说举犯的行为。Yeah, it's the same.
the same that he was unaware of it?
他就是 no, he's aware of it.
Oh, he is aware of it. Okay. One of the things that's troubling to me is that there didn't seem to be an acceptance of responsibility.
Okay. 他觉得过去，他觉得就是从你看你的案例来讲，他觉得你好像不是接受，就是说他们对你的那个评判。
是指的是法院的判决，还是指的是警察的对我的？
这个警察和法院整体。
对，当时但是我最后是认罪的，那个对法官是认罪的，对。
He accepted.
What is he currently working?
你现在最近有在工作吗？
我在工作。Yes.
Yes.
Can you tell me about his employment? I know in the record it said he worked at a warehouse.
在哪里工作？
开 Uber。开 Uber。
怎么叫开 Uber？
车司机，就是 Uber 和 Lyft。
Okay. He's a Uber driver now.
Okay. What is the status of what's his immigration status at this point? I know he indicated he might have pled guilty to protect that status, but I don't understand what the current status is.
你现在是在美国是持有什么样的身份？
绿卡。
Green card.
Okay. So is that good for 5 years or 10 years?
是绿卡的这个是
我13年拿到的绿卡，13年10年的。
He received a green card since 1993. It's valid for 10 years.
For 10 years. Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions. I'm conflicted with respect to whether I think enough time has passed. There's not a set amount of time in my mind that is a magic number. It's based on the totality of what the crime, the charges were that caused the objection to be raised, his acceptance of responsibility, and any changes that have been made.
他没有说一个设定的时间说你可以工作或者是几年，他们就是去这是就是他的意见。那么他说也是主要是看你的表现。
Thank you.
Commissioner Cole. Excuse me.
Thank you. Mr. Guan, how long did you work at Wynn as a poker dealer?
他说你在
去年10月份到今年2月份，5个月。
Total 5 months last October until 今年
2月
until February this year.
Without you interpreting, see if I can try this. Are you able to understand my questions if I talk slowly?
他问你，如果问你问题，如果他讲很慢，你可以明白吗？
Let me try.
Okay,
Thank
I
you, sir.
appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, because you don't have a translator available when you were dealing at Wynn, correct?
Yes.
Because I think it would be pretty difficult not to, not to speak some sort of English or understand English, you know, being a dealer. So at least you have some grasp of the English language. Correct? You at least understand.
我问你是不是明白他的英语？他觉得你的英文可不可以跟他简单的沟通？
Oh, yeah, I understand. Yeah.
What's troubling me, I'm likewise conflicted on this. It happened in 2018. Where I'm conflicted is when you came before the hearing examiner and you were asked about it, you were, first you said no involvement, then you said, well, yeah, I guess I was involved. So, you know, so let's just deal with it once and for all. You own the house, correct?
Two houses.
Well, you own two houses where there was a cultivation of marijuana plants was occurring, correct?
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm gonna translate.
Okay.
他就是说，你之前的在那个房子，你是不是拥有2套房子？然后这个2套房子都是在种植这个 marijuana。
是的。
Yes.
And the monies that were deposited, the cash monies that were deposited in your checking account, were those from the sale of the illegal grow?
他问你就说，你那个在你的银行账号上，就是那些钱出现的，是不是因为就是卖这些大麻所？
不是。
No.
It's still your position that other people were depositing cash to your accounts?
那你突然你还是觉得就是那些钱是就是说是其他人存在你的账号上面吗？
有的时候我会从国内带现金过来，有的时候会存。对对。
He said he brought sometimes he brought some cash from China and he deposit by himself.
When you appeared before the hearing officer in this case, your case, you were scot-free. Your probation was over, correct?
你就是说在上一次听证会之前呢，你应该是就是说你的那个看管的一个试用期是不是已经结束了？
是的。
Yes.
You paid the $500 fine.
你付了500块钱的这个罚款。
但我真的不记得我当时付过钱了。那如果要有记录有的话，那就是有了。对。
He did not remember whether he paid the fine or not. Okay. He said, but you know, maybe find from the record.
One of the most important things that come before us on these type of hearings and appeal process is the truthfulness of the person before us.
对他们来讲，诚实是最重要的，就是在你参加听证会，站在他们所有的这些会员面前。
是的，我一直在说实话，要不然我也不会站在这儿今天。
He understood. He said he's being truthful.
Why were you evasive with the hearing examiner and not own up to everything that happened?
你为什么就是在上一次听证会的时候，在那个听证官面前，你为什么就是说有一些案例你觉得不是真实的？
因为他讨论的是案情，因为案情的很多东西我们在法庭上都没有讨论过，对，所以很多讨论的细节其实我并不知道，只是律师知道而已。我说的是实话，对。
Because from the last hearing, we discussed a lot of details. So the details, you know, actually, he's not aware that was happened at the court. He's not aware the details that the discussed between the court and his attorney. So he was not aware of that.
Thank you.
谢谢你。
Thank you.
你好, Mr. Guan, how are you?
你好，
你好. How did you get involved in the illegal marijuana grow operation?
他问你是怎么样能够就是说告诉他们你是怎么开始的卖这个大麻啊什么？
我不是卖是吗？
是就是说怎么样卷进去的？
哦，因为一共是3个人，是另外2个人在种，然后呢，我就把房子租给他们，然后有的时候会去帮忙，对，就是这样。
There were total 3 people, and he owned a house. He rented 2 houses, to the other 2. So sometimes he helped them to grow marijuana.
Whose idea was it?
最开始是谁的主意
他们2个人。
？The other 2 people.
And when did you become involved? From the very beginning? At what point?
你什么时候开始卷入进去的？是在就是说初期最开始，还是中间，还是怎么样？
就是他们，因为他们知道怎么种，所以他们就问能不能有房子再种，就是从开始。
From the beginning, because they know how to grow marijuana, so they know how to do that, and then they ask to renting a home. So that's how he started.
So I appreciate you being honest right now. And this happened, I think, 6 years ago when you started. That's the beginning of it. I struggle with this one. I just don't know which way to go. You have a family now?
他们在中国，在北京。
在北京，他是说他觉得这个时间他是有一点难做这个评判，他觉得这个因为你有跟他们在一起种这个大麻。Yeah, he said his kids is in Beijing, China.
Okay, how many children do you have?
你有几个孩子？2.
And you understand what you did at the time was wrong and illegal?
你知道这个是违法的吗？
我知道，对。
He knew.
Okay. And you don't spend any time with your other 2 business partners that were involved in the marijuana grow anymore?
你现在还和另外2个就是种大麻还在一起吗？
他们在西雅图，我在拉斯维加斯，对，不在一起了。
那你有跟他们联系吗？
没有。
There's no contact, there has been no contact. They are in Seattle and he lives here.
And why did you move to Las Vegas?
你为什么搬到拉斯维加斯？
就是因为工作关系嘛，想在这边找到更好的工作。对。
He's looking for better job opportunities here in Vegas.
And while you were on probation, you did not have any illegal activities that you were participating in?
就是你在这个probation， 就是在这个怎么说呢？看管期间，不是看管期，应该是说这个期间。
缓刑期间是吧？
缓刑期间，你有没有就是做任何一些不合法的？
没有。
No.
And after probation, have you participated in any illegal activities?
然后没有参加过任何有关犯罪的这些行为？
没有。
No.
I have no further questions. Do you regret what you did?
你对你的行为后悔吗？
非常后悔。
Very regret.
Okay. And you believe it was a mistake, a lapse in judgment on your part?
你觉得你是错误的去判断，就是说你的这个一开始
我没有认识到这个事情会这么严重。对。
I did not realize it is how serious, how bad it was. That's what he said.
But you do understand that at the time you were involved in the illegal marijuana grow, that it was not legal to do what you were doing?
他是觉得说，你在开始做的时候，你就觉得这个是合法的还是不合法的？
因为当时他们跟我说的是，就是说即使是违法，也只是一个超量的种植，并没有想到会触犯到这么严重的法律。对。
So from the beginning, the other two partner told him that even this, it was illegal, that it just depend on the volume.
Thank you for being honest with me and answering all of our questions today. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
谢谢你，就是这么诚实的回答他的电话。
I move to sustain the objection for this applicant.
Any further discussion on the motion?
I am not comfortable overruling the objection at this time. And maybe if you come back in a year, if you would like to, I'm inviting you to, if you'd like to, for us to talk about this again. This is a process that you are entitled to if you'd like. I need just a little bit more time because it was pretty serious. I know you just testified you didn't think it was that serious because of the volume, but an illegal drug operation, whether it's cocaine or marijuana, maybe you think it's not as serious, but I take it seriously and we have to maintain the integrity of gaming in the state of Nevada. I'm not saying you're a bad person, and I invite you to come back in a year, at least for me.
那这个会员呢，他就是说觉得时间太短了，那他们基本上现在的意见呢，就是说是维持原判，那也就是非常感谢你这么诚实的，就是跟他们说，然后也希望就是说能够1年以后能够再回来看看他们。
非常感谢，我已经猜到这个结果。
He appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And, I do believe people change and that's good. But I mean, the scope of this was also significant. I mean, the police reports are, talk about 23 pounds of marijuana, like $2.5 million being deposited into his checking account. This was not small. So I'm not yet comfortable.
他觉得就是说这个数量，你一共有23磅那个大麻，然后呢，你的那个就是金钱的数量也是非常是大，是超过200万美金。那他是觉得
200万美金。
对呀，然后呢，他就是说，觉得是
200万美金跟大麻没有任何关系。
Yeah, he said the over $2 million, had nothing to do with the marijuana.
那是卖房子的钱。
It was the proceeds from when he sold his house.
Maybe next time, if you choose to come forward again on the appeal, you might consider providing evidence of that so that we don't have to question your credibility.
他觉得就是说你还可以继续试一下，如果你下一次来的话呢，就是说提供一些证据，然后给这些所有的会员看，然后让他们看到你这事实上有一些改变。
Because we are limited by the record that comes up to us. So if we don't have it in the record, we cannot consider anything beyond the 4 corners of the record.
他们的评判是根据你的记录，那希望你能够保持一些记录，然后呢，呈现给他们看。
Thank you.
Okay, so I think, anybody else have any other comments? I'm the only one that hasn't commented this far. It's not a close call for me. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Appears there are none opposed. Sir, thank you for your time.
他们都同意。谢谢。
Thank you for your help.
Thank you. We really appreciate you interpreting, and I'm sure he does too. Madam Secretary, next agenda item, please.
Next for your consideration is the approval of the appointment of the Executive Secretary pursuant to NRS 463.0852A.
Okay, at this time, I believe most everybody was here this morning when, well, three of us were here this morning and the two of you came very shortly thereafter, after the board put forth their recommendation. And I guess, I think if you have any questions about the process, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I may have advised you of the process.
You did.
Okay, I thought I did. That there was a first round of interviews by the members of the board, and then they put forward candidates, and then the chair and I did a subsequent round of interviews. The board has put forth, and I will say this, every single candidate was a pleasure to interview and would have been a good choice. So we were lucky in that regard, and I'm sure the chair would agree. But do you have any questions about the process or the recommendation?
I don't know who the recommendation is.
Go ahead, Nicole.
The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for Nicole Rupert to be the executive secretary for the board and commission.
Ms. Rupert is, maybe you already know this, but board member Katsaros's assistant at this time. Do you know that? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like sometimes I'm telling you things you already know. Okay. And so,
Oh, no,
that's Tiffany.
Sorry.
Tiffany.
When I listened this morning, member Katsaros had very positive and glowing reviews and highly recommended her.
Yes, I mean, I think she comes with significant excitement for the position, and to say she has, big shoes to fill is the understatement of the century, but we're hopeful that she's going to be a great fit. And so I guess I'm prohibited from making a motion. I don't know, am I? All right, I'm making a motion to approve Ms. Rupert as the executive secretary. Any discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there were none opposed. Thank you. On to the next agenda item, please, Madam Secretary.
This item is regarding the delegation of authority pursuant to NRS 241.0357 as noted on the agenda.
Question whether the chair has the legal knowledge necessary to make some decisions. Oh.
Okay, so I know that this came up before, and maybe I should have the AG speak to this. I don't know which one of you, Tiffany, Ms. Breining, if you'd like to speak to this, that would be helpful.
Sure. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, Tiffany Breining with the Attorney General's Office. So Nevada's open meeting law requires the commission to take action regarding litigation in an open public meeting. However, NRS 241.0357 allows the commission to delegate that authority to make litigation decisions to the chair. So this will allow for those decisions to be made more expeditiously without the need to notice and hold a public meeting. The proposed order, which I believe all of you should have a copy, mirrors the one that the board approved at its meeting this month. It can be terminated by the commission at any time. The chair is required to provide advance notice of any potential litigation decision. The commission may abrogate delegation for a specific case, or any commissioner may request a specific decision be put on an agenda for consideration by the entire commission. happy to answer any questions that you may have.
And for the record, the genesis of this does not begin with me. I was advised that the board was doing this and that it might be a good idea for it to be consistent with the commission. So do you have any questions for?
Madam Chair, if I can just say one thing.
Yes.
Brent Gibson for the record. Even though you can go into it's a non-meeting when you're talking about litigation, and that's available under the OML. One of the things that was important to us as we reviewed it, as we moved on this order, was ensuring that there was no contemplation in a public forum about how we got to the decision. I mean, we did not want to weaken our litigation position, is what I would say. Thank you.
I guess just historically for Ms. Browning, has the commission or the board executed this type of delegation authority? Have we done this in the past, or is this?
No, I believe the statute NRS 241.0357 just was passed by the legislature in 2019, if I'm not mistaken. So the board's approval of this order at their meeting would be the first, to my knowledge. So.
All right, I don't remember how I voted on that one, but I'm comfortable with what's in front of us. And I'll say, we did this at the legislature. The chair of the legislative commission has the authority to act on behalf of the legislature on litigation decisions. This is seemingly the same thing, but with perhaps a more highly qualified chair that sometimes exists in the legislative commission.
I've done a little litigation. If you don't mind.
All right, I would move for approval, the proposed order that we were all provided, delegating authority for litigation decisions to the chair as set forth in the draft order.
Any further discussion or comments on the motion?
No.
All right, there being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And are there any opposed? None opposed. Thank you.
I have the master for everyone to sign.
Okay, so don't leave without signing the master, I guess. Okay, next on the agenda are the administrative reports. Let's start with the chair.
Yeah, Chief Hoffman. We have for the July agenda, it'll be July 13th, Wednesday. We have a very light, non-restricted agenda, only 2 items without issues. So we're going to have a non-restricted start as usual at 9 a.m. But we're going to have restricted start at 10 a.m. I want to emphasize that so everybody's aware of it.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything from the Attorney General today?
Nothing from the Attorney General, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I might.
Yes.
This is Darlene Caruso from the Attorney General's office. I just wanted to say on the record on behalf of my office, how much we've enjoyed working with Marie and developing friendship with her over the years, and how much we appreciate her organization and her assisting us along the way. So we will miss you, and I hope we get to stay in touch, and I hope you enjoy your retirement.
Thank you.
Well, I have a feeling we'll have a few more of those in the public comments. So, Madam Secretary, if we could close with our last agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters.
So I will first go to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to make a public comment? Please step forward to the podium.
There is no one in Carson.
All right, thank you. Anyone in Las Vegas? All right, so I guess oh, go.
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Yes, afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Executive Secretary. I just wanted to make sure I came down to offer my congratulations to Marie. I think a lot of people don't necessarily understand what the Executive Secretary does, and it's one of those weird roles where that actually speaks to how well you do it. There's so many things that just kind of happen that we all think just seems to happen, like the court reporter just happens to be here. The meeting room just happens to be booked. Everyone just happens to know where to be when, and that's because you make it all happen. So, and I'd like to add to that, you also occasionally manage the high maintenance senior research specialists. So you also make that happen. But I just want to offer my congratulations. I hope you you go have some fun now, because I have many late evening timestamp text messages where you were always on. You were always giving everything to this. So congratulations, and thank you for everything, both professionally and personally.
Thank you.
I know who you are just because your reputation precedes you, but could you state your name for the record?
Elijah Tredup, and I hope that's a good reputation, not a
Yes.
notorious.
Yes, a good reputation. Anyone else? Okay, so I guess I'll start for my public comment, which is really just directed to Marie. The appointment to this position was, I've said it before because it's true, one of the great honors of my life, but also a very daunting experience to embark upon. And from the very first minute that I met Marie in my office, I was immediately put at ease. I thought, okay, even though I feel like I have no clue what I'm in for in the day-to-day, she clearly knows everything, everything about everything. And I was immediately put at ease, because anytime I've called, texted, emailed, always get an immediate response, which is, one of the things that I hope you're looking forward to, which is not working 24 hours a day and being available 24 hours a day for everybody. But you really made my tenure thus far, which is won't be a year until October, but I think starting it's very difficult for this role, particularly the chair, just to know the mechanics of it all. And you've been amazing. And, I say big shoes to fill because it's true. And I haven't known you nearly as long as everybody else. But I thank you for everything that you've done for me personally in stepping into this, and for your service to the state. Thank you very much. And we're going to miss you.
Thank you.
Who else wants to go?
I also just wanted to publicly thank you, Marie, just as to echo Judge or Chair Tagliati's comments. You made this easy from the get-go by everything you did, whether it was just, getting me organized, explaining what I was seeing, and making sure I did my financial disclosure report on time. Just everything was just easy from the get-go. And then the month to month, you've just been incredible in keeping us updated and giving us all the information, and finding somebody to answer our questions, even when they were probably really stupid. And you're just an incredible human being, and I'm proud to be you. And I wish you the very best of luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and ditto and ditto and ditto. And one thing that has struck me since joining the commission and really understanding a little bit more about this agency is just the tenure of the employees who come here. And that's the type of leadership that starts at the top. And these seats change all the time. And you've seen a lot of people come and go from these chairs. But I think the stability that you have brought has served this agency as well, if not better than any other in the state. And you see that the proof of that is through the people that are here and who continue to work for gaming control. And thank you for making my transition smooth. And I'm sorry for all the things that I screwed up. And my apologies for the person who comes after you. But I know you're going to do great in whatever you choose to do next. And I could never be a text message away.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Marie, I know I've only known you a couple of years, but you have been extremely helpful, not just to me, but everybody all the time. You're the queen of following up. You have your disclosures. You're tenacious, you're kind, you're fun, and you're just a very pleasant person to work with. And I know you do things that I can't even begin to list because, you know, I'm one of the newer people here, but I appreciate everything you've done for me and for all of us to make us look presentable and polished every time we proceed with our hearings. And you will definitely be missed, and I hope we don't lose touch. Thank you for everything.
Better get a tissue ready. I've known you prior to being appointed to this commission. And once getting on this commission, I see truly what you do. And I can't even say all the things I don't know what you do because you just do them. You've made, from my perspective, my life so much easier. You've made everybody on this commission's life so much easier, so much calmer. Yeah, the board, every person that works for the board, you've made their lives easier. That is the greatest compliment that I can, bestow upon you, is thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being there vocally, being there emotionally, being there, just being there. You've made this commission, this agency, a better place. Hey, talk about tough acts to follow, and I wish Nicole, the greatest success in the world, but you will be sorely missed. And I still want to hear about your adventures, wherever they may be, on your vacations. But thank you for being our friend. Thank you for being our rock. And thank you for your great state of just being there in a position that you never got rattled. And if you did, you sure didn't let us see it. Thank you.
Based on what Commissioner Cohen just said, I succeeded then because that was my goal, was to make your lives and the board and the Gaming Control Board's life easier by working together. This doesn't happen just by me working. It's everybody here, the AGs, the board members, the commission members, the staff. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Jared Langendorf, the senior research specialist, his help, and Dawn Michelle, my assistant, and Carson. She's the bomb. She will be there for Nicole, which is going to help you guys. And so thank you. It's been a ride.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Awesome. It's here. Oh, there's gonna be. It's gotta be here. Yeah, well, we're talking about that right now. Well, we're trying to see if your king is here. Kind of like, do you want to announce the date? Yeah, we're going off. This concludes the meeting, the June meeting of the Nevada Gaming Commission. Thank you.